Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. The puppy is power napping and will interrupt us later because that's his job. So, as usual, I'm trying to recall what happened last week in the book. I recall we burned it 5 times. That is a record. I checked. So, yay us. Also, we had 2 burnings in 1 page. Also a record. I am still mad about the burning that I missed. I'm gonna be better about it though. I need to like, I don't know, make a note when I need to burn, but I have to read the other side of the page first so I don't forget. But we left off mid-chapter 10. We are exactly halfway through, which I will say, for being a horribly written piece of garbage, it is at least a fast and easy read. Like, I could definitely, if I was reading this on my own, like, I could read this on like a 2 to 3 hour flight and get through the whole thing. We might, Cerebellum. That is certainly the goal. Oh, that's the other thing I forgot. I forgot to get our page where we're keeping track of stuff. There it is. Now I've got it. Yeah, so on the spelling of come versus come, we've got it wrong 10 times, right 2. She has fainted a total of 5 times. Book has had major time jumps without explanation 3 times, and has copied things directly from 50 Shades 33 times, including entire lines. I checked. When I said last time that some of the lines I was reading sounded like they were literally just copy pasted from the OG 50 Shades books, I was correct. I Googled. There are at least 4 lines that all happen together that literally is just a paragraph from 50 Shades that was copied. Listening while at work weekends are awesome. Hey, Satel, nice to see you and your dragons. Stop burning things. No. It's cold here. I need the heat. It has gotten very cold the last few days, which is so weird because, like, Monday, Tuesday, it was in the 20s, plus 20s, briefly. Then the last few days, it's been like negative 20 at night. It's such a huge swing. Like, not that we don't get extreme temperature changes, but usually it's not until spring, which is like March, April. That's where you get where it'll be reasonably warm during the day, but still quite cold at night. Not like this, not in 1 week. Though we did get snow, so I'm happy that there's snow. We only got about a foot here, which in Canadian terms, that doesn't really count. But further north, they did get slammed quite heavily because they're a little closer to the lakes than me. Like, Toronto definitely had some whiteout conditions, and of course, everything was canceled Thursday and Friday. There's already some things canceled for Monday because we're still expecting more snow and more extreme temperature plunges. We've got 4 weather warnings on that I'm aware of right now. Snow, ice, extreme cold, and what was the other one? Possibly high winds? Not sure. I don't know. They've been changing all weekend. Keeps blowing up my phone. But it's better than an Amber Alert coming in at like 2 in the morning when my phone is next to my head and it makes me go, what? And wake up at the same time. And then the puppy's like, what? I'm under a blanket and there's loud noise. What? I always find it hilarious because he pops up under the blanket, but I can still see his head turning because he's trying to look around. And it's like, you have to come out from under the blanket. But he doesn't see this as necessary because under the blanket's where it's warm. Why would he possibly want to come out? Like, he won't come to the bathroom with me some mornings because there's no heat in my bathroom and it's fucking freezing. And so he's like, nah, I'm just going to stay on the nice warm bed and wait for you to come out to the kitchen and feed me because that's worth getting up for. He's either getting smarter or lazier. I'm not sure which. So last week we had more shopping that we didn't actually see, but it got mentioned. The man in black keeps disappearing for days at a time, so she's left with gay companion. We discovered she is the most unaware of her own body person ever because she didn't realize that he had put a birth control implant in her arm. Which, by the way, I was thinking about that because it bothers me because it's stupid on such a high level. If you wanted to have him, like, have taken care of birth control, but have it plausible that she didn't know, you know what you do? You have him say, oh yeah, while you were unconscious, I had the doctor give you Depo-Provera, which lasts like 3 to 4 months. And it's just an injection, so that she would have had no way of knowing. And then it's plausible that she doesn't know she is on birth control that he has been secretly giving her. Whereas an actual physical device that is implanted in your arm is very fucking noticeable. Also, again, would have still been healing and painful and she would have noticed. But book is exceptionally stupid. I had the random thought that could have stopped. She was the most unaware ever. Yeah, this is true. Let's just say thinking, not a strong point of either character. Now I've lost my point. But yeah, no, it was ridiculous. Oh, and we had the villain of the piece apparently appear. She just literally walked up and announced, hi, I'll be the bad guy from now on. The former girlfriend that he, I guess, discarded when he found his perfect imaginary hallucinated person. So now that he's kidnapped the intended true love of his life, he has thrown her away, but she has said, no, you don't. I'm the true love of your life, so I'm going to murder this woman that you are infatuated with and have been hallucinating for 5 years. Because you're a mafia boss who shoots people in the head, so it's a good idea for me to walk up to you and tell you that I'm going to kill the person you delusionally think you are in love with. Because then you'll want me and you'll take me back. This is the plan of the bad guy, and it's worthy of, like, the last Star Trek movie. The third one, where the only good character was the lady alien that gave Chris Pratt a bike. And, you know, Spock and McCoy had their banter going on. I will say, is it Carl Urban? And Zachary Quinto? They did get that, the Bone Spock, like, banter correctly. Not so much in the first movie, but the second and third, they did. They had it. But I also think by the third movie, everybody had kind of given up and was just having fun doing whatever they were doing. So it kind of showed. But for now, all rights for our national anthem, please. What's the volume? Not enough.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Okay, you can't see it, but one of the ducks tried to escape, and now my nose has decided that it needs to run right now really badly. Oh. Yeah, just take half the makeup I just put on off. That's a great idea. Oh. It's stuffy as hell all day. It picks this exact moment. Really? Oh. Okay, emergency Kleenex, good. But hello, everyone. Let's introduce our ducks, shall we? See if we can fill up the rest of our pantheon tonight. There are only 6 ducks left, so after that we are getting new ducks. I've already sourced them. They will be ordered and begin being painted in short order once we get the 6 ducks that still need to be sponsored onto our pantheon over there where they should be. Because these ducks are wanting some new friends. They've been quacking at me all week from inside their bag. The bag is not soundproof. They talk a lot. So we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Alan Tudyk, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Daciel, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, and Ferguson. And the ones that need to join them, including Mr. Scuba Duck here that just tried to escape right as we're starting, tried to take a leap off the box. I think he was trying to get over there. He's been very eager because it's about the 3rd time that he's, made this attempt. I think he thinks he can swim in the air, But, your wings are otherwise occupied, dude. You're wearing a scuba suit. That's why you're black. So, up for sponsorship, we have Cupid Duck, Orion Slave Girl Duck, Flounder Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Chicken Jockey Duck, and Scuba Duck. They are $10 each, and the PayPal link should be at the top of the screen. If it's not, let me know. And if you do decide to sponsor a duck, please specify which duck and what you would like to name it. If you have a name. If you do not have a name, I will come up with a name. But please specify which duck. Very important. Or if you're just feeling generous and going for all the ducks, just say all the ducks. Other options, we have these very real police issue handcuffs that I will put on for half the time for $25. They are real. They have real keys. There is a key in here and a key on a string around my monitor because we practice safety here and we make sure there is always a key well within reach. Even if I drop the one that's in the pouch, there is another key so I can get out in case of emergency or needing to go to the bathroom. That also requires uncuffing. But I will put these on for $25 for roughly half the time. I've given up on page count with this book. It doesn't work. So we're just going with time. Oh, I forgot to pour. Damn it. I know I forgot something. I'm forgetting my head all day. Oh. It's one of those days where it's like, did you do this? I thought I did that. And then, nope, I didn't do that yet. I should go and do that. And that was all day. And this is nearly empty, and there's another one in the kitchen if needed. But for $50, I will chug a glass of wine once we get to the appropriate drinking time, which is 9 o'clock. So I don't pass out before the end of the evening. We are allowed to make me chug 3 times 3 times in one evening. That is the limit, and there must be a half hour in between, during which lots of water will be had, which we have on hand right here. Or for the insane amount of $100, if you want to torture me just a little bit, I will put on this very real, very spiked bra off screen. Sorry, no free nipple shots here. YouTube doesn't like it. Otherwise, I would have no problem being topless on stream. But YouTube doesn't like it. So I will put this on. You will know and be able to see that I am wearing it, and it gets very uncomfortable very quickly, but not in too bad of a way. So if you're a little bit of a sadist, it's a good option. Reboots are in the double digits of Star Trek movies. This is true. Well, because what? The original series had how many? It had 6, I want to say? 6 or 7. No, they had 6. They had 6. What is on my face? Okay, what the hell is on my face? But yeah, they're in double digits. Okay, is that just on my screen? Am I hallucinating? Is that like mic shadow? No, wait, where am I touching on my face? Why am I seeing something black on my face that isn't apparently really there? Oh, it's eyeliner. It's eyeliner off my hands. The puppy needs to talk to me. He's under his puppy bed, deeply asleep right now. So I'm sure that when he realizes that I'm talking to people on the screen, he will insist on jumping up here and putting a stop to it, because I'm paying attention to the screen and not to him, and that's not allowed. Because he likes being the center of all attention in the history of ever. At least 10. Nemesis was 10. Yeah, okay, so OG Star Trek had, I believe, 6. And then, yeah, Next Gen had 4. There was a lot of talk about doing a Voyager movie, but they never did it. Enterprise was a joke by the end, so it was never considered. And then they did the reboot of the Kelvin timeline, which has 3. So that brings the total to 13. I wonder it was time for a break. And there is a new one coming, though apparently it is, again, a reboot. They said they're not continuing with the Kelvin timeline. None of the original cast has been approached. I mean, Chris I always confuse Pratt or Pine, whichever Pine. Chris Pine is the one in the Star Trek movies. He said a long time ago he's done with it. Which is fine. They did their thing. It reasonably worked, except for having really lame bad guys. Like in the third one, what is the bad guy's even motivation? Why does he hate Star Trek other than we needed a bad guy? Like, it's just lazy. And Benedict Cumberbatch did everything he could with Khan, but it was still Khan. And the fact that they lied to the entire world for like a year saying, no, we're not doing a remake of Wrath of Khan for the second movie. The villain's not going to be Khan. And then everyone knew it's Khan. And it's like, in the third one, he wanted to free his comrades. Who was holding what? Like, that movie made no sense to me. So yes, anyone who would like to sponsor anything, shout at me if you do, because I don't always notice. PayPal not always so great with the notifies, so tell me to check my email if needed. But yeah, hey, maybe they'll actually do something in Star Trek World right, because the new series that just launched, the Star Trek Academy series, that I don't know if it's actually premiered or if they're just flooding the internet with clips to try and avoid all the fan backlash they've been getting nonstop because it looks like garbage, and because all modern Trek is garbage, everything after Enterprise is garbage. Strange New Worlds had its moments, but it was still horrible. And Discovery, I bailed after the pilot because it was not even Star Trek. And apparently I was right about that. Strange New Worlds, I've seen bits and pieces that almost feel like Star Trek, but if like being done by really stupid people. And Picard is an absolute abomination and insult to all things Star Trek. It is toxic to the series. Oh, that was Benedict Cumberbatch in that was the second one. Yeah. Yeah, in the second one, Khan wanted his crew because they were being held. Yeah, I knew that. I meant the third one with the guy who crashed on the Jayla's planet, and then he found like the vampire life suck machine. So he's like 300 years old, and I think he's just mad that Star Trek never rescued him, Starfleet never rescued him, or something. And so he wants to destroy Starfleet or something like that, I think. They should do movies about DS9. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I want the adventures of like Garrick and Bashir. And everything needs more O'Brien. This is true. Everything needs more O'Brien. I wanted more O'Brien in DS9 though. If you look at Miles O'Brien, he's like the most tortured character in Star Trek. When you look at all the shit that he fucking goes through, mostly on DS9. Though, to be fair, in TNG, his wife did temporarily get turned into a 12-year-old, and they had the world's most awkward couple scene of. I felt so bad for Cole Meany, the actor, who had to play husband to a 12-year-old girl for an entire episode, and she, like, leans against him, and it's, like, creepy and awkward, and I don't know. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea somebody had. Yeah, he felt abandoned or something. It was so lame. It was so lame. He was the worst bad guy, because it's like, no. No. All of the no. No, no, no. And then he was supposed to not know where his own crashed ship was, because he was looking for it, and Jayla had, like, turned it into her house. And it's like, why would he not know where his own crashed ship was? He fucking crashed it there. I think he knows where it is. Idris Elba. Yes, yes, yes. That's who it was. He was disillusioned, considered them too comfortable. A few other bad guys used that. That was the assholes who took over Ryza. That was their fucking bent too. That, oh, you Starfleets are too relaxed, so let me be a terrorist at a pleasure resort. They went to a planet that is basically just one large brothel and spa resort combination, and said, you people are too relaxed while you're on vacation, and so they just fucked it up and made it rain and shit. Nano bees, yes, yes. He knew where it was, but he abandoned it because the Federation abandoned him. And then I guess in the 300 years or whatever, he forgot. It was very weird. And he had like shapeshifter powers or something like that. Wasn't he was gonna like blow up the air system on Earth or like poison it or something like that? I don't know. He was trying to put I think nano bees into some kind of circulation thing. Or was it just putting a sparkling at that point? I don't know. Oh yeah, it did get a little video gamey, especially with the multiple Chris Pines on a motorcycle hologram thing. That was like, okay, you're hoping to get a video game out of this. We get it. Okay. 23 minutes in. We should probably start reading the book. Oh, and right away we get to play with fire because the first line is, "Hey, baby girl." So there we go. We get to play with fire. I have to read the back of the page first. Don't let me forget. "Hey, baby girl," he said gently. Oh yeah, the two leads are now fucking after he said he wouldn't touch her until she loves him. That lasted a whole 10 days. He said gently, turning my face back towards himself. "You're so vulnerable. I haven't seen you like this before. Don't be afraid. This will be your first time, but it will be a first one for me too. Don't go. I'm being serious." I'm not sure who's talking. This is right after they've had a lot of sex. He was poisoned the air filtration system of a nearby starbase. Okay, yeah. I vaguely remember this. I think I only saw it like twice. And I was really hoping, because this was when Discovery was still being teased, it hadn't been said, so everyone was like utterly convinced that the Jayla character was going to be prominent in that, because she even says at the end of the movie, that she's going to Starfleet, so it seemed like naturally, of course, she's going to be in the series that everybody knows is coming. And then the series got delayed like several times for years, and it just never happened. But it was like, best character to come out of the movies, and you just abandoned it, dumbass. But they also lied their asses off with Discovery for over a year, saying that Michelle Yeoh was going to play the first female and gay captain in Star Trek. And then extremely didn't, and we had Captain All-American Straight White American Male looked exactly like Jonathan Archer yet again. Uh, Ask me. Please stay, I suggested, turning onto my belly. You only need to ask. You don't have to command. This is going to be a thing. She's going to tame the beast and teach him how to be nice. Because he literally said to her, "Teach me how to be gentle." This is not a skill that's useful in his career. Massimo hesitated for a moment, watching me. His stare was cold this time. It gave way to desire and passion. He just got laid like 3 times. Like, you'd think the guy would be relaxed right now. Please stay with me, he burst out and laughed. Not a problem, I replied, rolling over on the carpet. Oh, never have sex on a carpet. Carpet burns. Think ahead. Curious, I watched, waiting for his next move. He took off his jacket and hung it over the backrest of the armchair, unclasped his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves. He was getting ready for something big. They're gonna fuck again, aren't they? I giggled quietly when Massimo disappeared behind the door. The only thing left for me was to scan my surroundings. The thick, bright rug on which I was laying neatly harmonized with the rest of the huge room. The only other furniture were the 2 soft armchairs and a small black coffee table. The door led to the other rooms, probably the living room first, but down on the floor I could only see the tall windows obscured with heavy drapes and a wide terrace behind them, followed by the sea in the distance. I don't even remember where we are right now because I think they moved countries again, so I'm not sure. We're in Venice. That's right. We were at the Venice Film Festival, and now we've come back after, yeah, idiot girl makes the threat. Waiting expectantly for my lover, I was suddenly struck by a worrying thought. Waiting expectantly for my lover, guy who has taken me hostage, and is now we've got. She just has no problem being kidnapped at fucking all. Still mad that Star Trek Beyond lost Best Makeup Emmy to Suicide Squad. That was some BS. Though Suicide Squad was really good. Which Suicide Squad? Because we're talking about the first one, it's garbage. If it's the second one that is actually the Suicide Squad, then that was a good movie. The first one wasn't. The first one was just lazy. And it had Jared Leto and all the behind the scenes horrors that he did. I just cannot forgive that movie or the studio for not protecting Margot Robbie and the rest of the cast from him. That he has a career, like, still. I could not believe when the Morpheus movie came out and he was in it. I'm so glad it bombed huge. But yeah, it does suck that Star Trek lost. Because if it was up against the original Suicide Squad and they won over Star Trek, yeah, somebody got bribed. Because no. Like, what even? Other than Harley Quinn and the Joker, who had like serious makeup in the first Suicide Squad movie? Yeah, no, definitely should have been Star Trek. Neither Suicide Squad movie should have won an Emmy because they were movies, not TV shows. Fair point. I mean, the second one is funny. Suicide Squad, not the Suicide Squad. I thought it was pretty good, but they lost to that. Yeah, the first Suicide Squad, if you took it apart, it has its moments, but it's got such huge continuity errors because they had to take such a chainsaw to it to cut out most of Jared Leto. So, like, there's a couple of, like, logic gaps in it. I also felt they needed to explain the bad guy like, more than they did. Though the montage of everyone having their, like, dreams come true at the end, that was fucking cool. I have a couple pounds of fake. I was struck by a worrying thought. This is the thought. I had a couple pounds of fake hair on my head. I started to pluck out the hundreds of pins holding my hair in position. She had like a fake ponytail extension. Girl, you can take that out in 2 seconds and who cares? For a long while, I kept tugging at the elaborate chignon, praying that Massimo didn't catch me like that. Oh, God forbid he sees you in a state of being less than perfect. I think he already has, girl, like several times. When I was finally free, my eyes started darting around looking for a place to stow the bundle of hair. The rug. I sat up and stuffed it all under the heavy thing. You can put it under one of the cushions on the chair if it's that upsetting to you. Like he doesn't know that you have fake hair on when your hair is suddenly much longer than it usually is. I think he knows. Like, this is dumb. And brushed my fingers through my hair, letting the wavy strands fall over my face. I pushed myself up, looking in the mirror, which took up most of the wall behind the armchairs. Surprised, but also quite satisfied, I realized I still looked attractive. I let myself drop back to the rug. So as long as we know that she is properly prepared to present herself as a sexual piece of meat to the violent psychopath about to ravage her again. God forbid she looked less than perfect. Like, she's so fucking vain and shallow. Like, this is the kind of person I would never be friends with, no matter how rich they were. Close your eyes, I heard from the next room. Please. Yeah, no, not doing that ever. Not doing that. I rolled over onto my back and did as I was asked. With no idea what position to take, I felt Massimo standing above me. So she's literally just like, yeah, I'm a human fuck doll at this point, and she's fine with it. It was an Oscar for best makeup and hairstyling. Still, the hard loss to Star Trek on that one, man. I feel for them on that one. That was no. You look like a body in a coffin that way, Laura, he said, laughing. Cause that's funny. Right. Those hands lying on right. Those hands laying on my chest with fingers knitted might have looked a bit like that. I'm not here to talk about death, I retorted, opening one eye and smirking. The man in black bent over and took me in his arms. As always, he did it so easily it seemed that I weighed next to nothing. Massimo carried me down a short corridor, and I soon felt a blow of warm air carrying the smell of the sea. Oh, are they going to do it in the ocean? Because that's not a good idea. You shouldn't do that. Especially females. Don't do that. All right. We do get to play with fire, and I remembered. Haha. So, to start our evening off right, burn, baby girl, burn. 3, 2, 1. Hey, I didn't set it fully on fire. I mean, it scorched the part that I highlighted a little bit, but that's okay. I can still read it. I'm getting better at this. I'm getting better. And we do have both a fire man duck and a fire captain duck. Just saying. We have fire ducks on standby. He put me down and gently took my face in his hands, kissing me softly. I reached out with my arms to touch him. He didn't resist. I started unbuttoning his shirt while his lips wandered up and down my neck. I love the smell of you, he whispered, pinching my chin between his teeth. Not finding that sexy, Book. Can I open my eyes now? I asked. To see you. Yes, you can, he replied, and his hand moved towards the zipper holding my dress in place. I raised my eyelids, revealing a stunning vista. We were on the terrace of the top floor of the hotel, and I could see most of the island of Lido. Oh, so I guess we're in Lido. Flickering lights illuminated the night, shining over the waves breaking on the beach. The terrace was enormous. It had a private bar, a jacuzzi, a few chaise lounges, and a canopied gazebo with a bed inside, which made me think of the one in Massimo's garden. The difference was that the interior of this one was completely covered by canvas walls, and the mattress itself had a full set of sheets and a couple of pillows on it. I was pretty sure we'd be spending the night right here. My dress slipped off and slid silently to the floor. Massimo's hands slowly traced a path along my naked skin, and his tongue lazily slid between my lips. Okay, question for the chat. You're at a very fancy, rich hotel. Are you okay being completely naked on an outdoor terrace? Hey, I didn't set it all the way on fire, she says before it bursts into flames like a piece of flash paper. Yeah, I know. That has happened. It's happened a few times. Yeah, there's a couple places back here where yeah, several pages burned at once. Let's just do a quick flippy. Yeah, that one may have gone too far. Well, the beginning of this week. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, yeah, that went a little too far. Well, he did say they're on the top floor, but also there is a whole city like around the hotel. I know, right? We're not sure, but it probably shouldn't be allowed near open flames. You're not wearing underwear again, Laura. Does she ever wear panties, girl? Just you. He breathed, his lips still close to mine. And you haven't done that for and you haven't done that for me this time either. You couldn't know I'd be here. There was no anger in his voice now, only surprise and amusement. When I put the dress on, I thought you had picked it for me. I had no idea I'd be going with Dominic. I replied, pulling off his shirt and falling to my knees. Oh, girl, no. I'm getting nauseous just thinking about it. No. I had 4 Tums. How is that not enough? I'm actually getting like nauseous right now. Steadily, I unbuckled his belt and glanced upward, looking for a reaction from that magnificent man. Stop talking in first and third person at the same time. It's confusing. His hands were hanging limply beside his body. He didn't resemble the man who so terrified me just a few weeks ago. With a confident motion, I pulled his pants down, revealing an impressive erection. Seriously, can the leading man ever just have like a normal, average size cock ever? Ever? Why do they always have to be like huge and thick and impressive? Why can't they just be, it's a penis? Who, like, why? Why? I can see you've been in a hurry too, or the meeting you've gone to wasn't of the kind I imagined, I said, looking at Massimo with a question in my eyes. Where are your boxers? Oh, were you screwing other women? Because do we think he's going to stop now that he's screwing her? Do we think he's going to stop with the whores? Because I don't. With a growing smile, Massimo shrugged and ran his fingers through my hair. Notice how he didn't answer her. Slowly, I reached around his hips, placing my hand on his buttocks and pulling him towards me. I was only a few inches away from his penis now. We didn't need to be told this. I gently grabbed the base and kissed the tip. Massimo moaned, the fingers in my hair drawing circles. I caressed him softly with my tongue and my lips until he grew steel hard, which steel hard is hyphened, and swollen. I don't think that's the word you were looking for. I opened my mouth and slid it slowly into my mouth, all of it, wanting to feel every inch. I pulled away and pushed back at him, played with it, kissed it, and bit it until I felt the sticky fluid seeping down my throat. Yeah. Ugh. Ow. Mm. Why did I have to watch the Try Guys Fear Factor video today? Oh. By the way, don't watch that. It's really gross. Okay. I think we're okay. Ow, my head. Ow. Oh, that just gave me a headache. Oh. But she says she bit him. I'm not seeing where this is the most, like, that, as much as I would totally do that, I do feel like biting a guy on the dick is kind of something you talk about first. You know, I think it's something that there would need to be an agreement in terms of it being allowed before, you actually did it. Massimo watched me the whole time, panting heavily. I'll bet he fucking was. He bent down, slid his arms under my shoulders, and lifted me. He kissed me on the lips, stepping towards the steaming jacuzzi built into the terrace. Okay, I will say, outdoor jacuzzi, very nice. I would. People in the cities are known for absorbent building watching, and I want nothing to do. Okay, at least there's something true. The island of Lido is the location of the film festival IRL. Okay, so somebody Googled. There's got to be the worst written sex scene I've ever listened to, and I'm not fond of blowjobs. Oh, Sathel, my darling. There's definitely a couple sex scenes you weren't here for then, because that is not the worst sex scene we have read in this book. I think, no, the opening one of this book, that's the worst. I'm still giving that the worst, where he nearly murdered a flight attendant with his penis, and I'm not kidding. It was an extremely violent, aggressive, damn near murder by blowjob, and it was gross. And that's how the book starts. Just to let us know that our bad guy is a bad guy. He's a kidnapper, so it's fair game. Yeah, that was my thought! That was my thought, because that's what you do if it's, like, not consensual. You bite fucking hard. No mercy. The whole scene had me cringing and wincing, not to mention the whole grossness. Yes! Blowjobs, no thanks. Yeah, see, this is why I have so many people that don't want to play with me online when I'm looking for roleplay partners, because I don't go down. And guys are like, oh, but it's just fantasy. Why can't you just say you're blowing me? Because I don't like doing it. Because I don't like doing it, and I don't want to imagine me doing it in some kind of fantasy sex scene that I'm trying to play out to enjoy myself in. I almost had to let one completely. Had that one blocked out of my memory. The first page, what joy. Say joy in the most sarcastic tone possible on the planet. Yes. I know. It was. Oh, I will be scrubbing that out of my brain for months to come. Stepping inside, he sat me down astride himself. There's a phrase. With his eyes looking deep into mine, what? with his eyes looking deep into mine, comma, me brushed his lips against the skin of my face and neck. So there's a typo. Because it's clearly supposed to say he. He brushed his lips against the skin of her face and neck. But as you can see, if this will, yeah, it says me, not he. So what's that? The third, like, just straight up error that we found that we can't even say is a translation thing because it's just wrong. And that is glaring. Like, how does that not get caught? Until he reached my breasts. He softly sucked and bit my nipple. Oh, so he's returning the biting. While his hands tightened on my buttocks. Suddenly his fingers slid to a place that I hadn't really felt appropriate if we were to make love. I stiffened. Oh yeah, we know she has like she's not experienced that way. She's possibly half a virgin for all we know. I had this thought too. I mentally checked that because I was like, oh, they're right next to each other. I've done that. They're not. They're not even in the same row. Yes, a single flaw in another was flawless piece of literature. Give Sasha my love. Don't be afraid, baby girl. Hey, we get to burn again. Do you trust me? He asked, letting go of my erect nipple. Why do men in books and TV always think that when a woman hesitates about sex or doing something new sexually, why is the answer always, don't you trust me, babe? It has nothing to do with whether I trust you. It has to do with maybe I don't want to do that. Or maybe I'm not comfortable with that. And trusting you doesn't make me comfortable with that. And also, if you do anal wrong, it can be extraordinarily painful and traumatizing and cause actual damage that you're going to have a hard time explaining in the ER while you're dying of embarrassment. So there's reasons. And the answer of don't you trust me is not, this is not the thing to say. Okay, and Bridgerton's even guilty of this. I think, who was it? Second or third season, there, I think second. The one with the Indian sisters. Yeah, I think it's second season. They were guilty of it there too. Though my hopes are not so high for the fourth season because the poster is so heavily Cinderella coded. And a friend watched the trailer for me and said, "Yeah, it's very Cinderella." And I've also heard it being it's not out yet, but I heard I just caught a headline of a review because it's impossible to avoid everything. That said somebody compared it to the movie Made in Manhattan, which is the Jennifer Lopez Dr. McDreamy before he was McDreamy movie. So if it's something like that, or like, I'm hoping to God they're not trying to crib from Ever After, because I will send them nasty messages because that's the best version of Cinderella ever, and if they're trying to rip it off, I'll be mad. Also, we were promised a gay couple in season 4. I was fully expecting one of the Bridgerton boys, I don't know any of their names, he was supposed to be gay and have a male and a male couple lead the season. Again, another show that teases gay couple and doesn't give it. Though I argue that in season 3 there was a gay couple, Eloise and I think her name was Clarissa or Claire something. I don't know. The girl who pretended to be Lady Whistledown got caught and got sent to the Scottish Highlands because Eloise was saying, "Oh, my sister just got married and is moving to the Scottish Highlands. I'm going to go visit her." Well, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. She's visiting the friend, and they've been having a gay relationship the whole season because there's a couple lines. They're always together, and there's a couple lines between them that is like totally a gay couple fight when they're fighting. Because the Clarissa girl's like, well, I have to get married. I have to get married. It's my 4th season. I have to get married. I have no choice. And Eloise, who's in her 1st season, is kind of like, well, no, you don't. You can be a spinster. We can go that route. And they're having an argument, but nobody's paying any attention. But that is not confirmed. I don't know if that's canon. I've never read the books. But to me, it definitely seemed intentional. And I don't know if maybe the studio wouldn't let them go too far with the gay, because studios get afraid of that. Though, in light of heated rivalry, just winning the Golden Globes and now being the hottest thing on the internet and proudly Canadian, that may change. It wouldn't be that hard to explain, and honestly, just coming out with help, crazy of a thing to do to cause this injury, would probably be a breath of fresh air for the ER staff. Yeah, I'm having flashbacks to when the UK had to put out public service announcements telling people to please stop doing the things they read in 50 Shades because it was sending so many people to the ER. So you will die of embarrassment. This is true. IRL episode of Sex sent me to the ER. Yes, I've seen episodes of that show. Oh, the acting is so funny. It's so bad, but you know it's bad, and it's like intentionally bad. Oh, you know what else I learned? Also on a Try Guys video, because they do a drop into the city series where they just show up in a random city and try and do all the touristy stuff, and it's a competition and there's points. They went to Seattle. There is apparently I learned two things. One, the building Christian Grey lives in, a Scala, that's a real building. It's actually called a Scala. It's a real building. I don't know if it's actually a business building or if it really is condos for, rich abusive douchebags. But a Scala is a real building in Seattle. It really exists. I feel bad for everyone that lives there because they've had to put up with so many 50 Shades tourists and fans, and it's probably been really annoying. But there is a 50 Shades experience where apparently the thing to do is go stand in front of that building in front of the Escala sign and publicly spank each other. I don't know if there's more to it or that's all they could show because the Thai guys are very PG, but might be Steven with a PH. Stephen Ho on YouTube. He worked in the ER, and his videos are hilarious. He recreates things that have happened. I know who you mean. I think I know exactly who you mean. Yeah, I think I know exactly who you mean. I watch him. He does little shorts, and yeah, he's got a comedy tour. I saw he put up like touring dates. I know who you mean. There's another guy who is a paramedic and firefighter that does the same. His channel's like Fire something Chronicles. And yeah, he does shorts of things that he's really seen as a firefighter or an EMT. And then there's another guy who is an EMT, tall, skinny, blonde, short hair, who does the same. Yeah, they're really funny. And you know, like all the stuff they've freaking seen. It's insane. I nodded, and his fingers started to gently rub the spot between my buttocks. Massimo lifted me and steadily but carefully impaled me on his phallus. We're not saying where. I moaned, throwing my head back. The hot water intensified my every sensation. Don't do it in a jacuzzi. Massimo's movements were steady and delicate at the time. He was passionate, greedy, but also tender. Very hard to be all of those things at once. Don't be afraid of me, he said, sliding the tip of his finger into my anus. Okay, so he's doing it in the front, but he's also clearly pushing her to do something she doesn't want to do. And it has nothing to do with being afraid of you. Like, do we think for a second this guy is going to take the time to, like, gently stretch her and, like, make sure she's ready and probably a little drunk? No. But what do we bet R doesn't know how aim works? Because more and more I'm getting convinced that this was written by a virgin. I let out a loud moan of delight, which he immediately stifled with his tongue. He was impaling me harder and harder. The water sloshed against the walls of the jacuzzi to the rhythm of his stroking hips. And a different wave. A wave of ecstasy like I hadn't known before rose inside me. Probably because he slipped her ecstasy. I'm going to go with that. Everything around me grew as if dampened and subdued. I'm calling that a translation error. I focused entirely on Massimo. With his free hand, he reached under the water and gently rubbed my clitoris. It was like pushing a red button deep inside me. The finger exploring my anus slid deeper and sped up its motion. You know, there actually is a button inside. You could go for some G-spot action, but he might not know what that is. One more, I whispered, keeping the orgasm at bay with difficulty. Slide another finger into me. That nearly caused the man in black to lose control. He pushed deeper inside my mouth with his tongue, and his teeth bit on my lip harder, causing a pang of beautiful pain. Again, not yucking anybody's yum. I like a little pain in bed too. But again, these are things you talk about. You don't just do. And they've had zero conversation. Laura, he breathed, obeying. You're so tight. Well, why wouldn't she be? She pretty much told you she's never done that. Without thinking if I should, if I was allowed, I simply came as he said that. When is he? Again, she's like, there's things they've never said. Like, she's acting like she's not supposed to come without permission. He never said that. But again, it's just proof that literally she copy pasted 50 Shades and then just went through and changed some things and cut out random chunks at large, and that's why there's so much like time jumping and continuity errors. I had to explain why I was dragging my husband to the ER. He caught his toe on the bed frame, split the skin between his big toe and the next toe down to the fascia, and needed a single stitch. Ow! That sounds extraordinarily painful. And that's coming from someone who once last year I broke two of my toes, half asleep walking into a bookcase, and that was definitely less painful. And I didn't even go to the ER. I don't know why, but calling it dickophallis is such a term. I know! And also, stop using 5 different words for penis. Like, you don't need to use every word for penis all in one scene every time there's a sex scene. Pick one. And a round of antibiotics due to... Yes! Yes, 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 yes! And oh, my hair is so crooked. What did I do? Yes, Jose, at least I didn't have to worry about antibiotics with broken bones. I just had to tape it up. Yes, that's all the hospital would have done anyway. Hatch 502. He's not blonde, but salt and pepper. Salt and pepper can be good. Oh, we almost forgot. We have to burn the other side of the page, and I'm almost about to turn away. I'm hot, chat. You're supposed to remind me. So once again, we have baby girl. So 3, 2, 1. Come on, fire. Is it out? Nope. Okay, it's smoke in my face. Yeah, it's smoking quite a lot. Okay, what is it made out of? What? What? Ugh, ashes on my desk again. I'm almost 30. Somebody's going to clip that out of context, aren't they? I heard it. Right after I said it, I heard it. This episode of Moments Before Disaster. Come on, fire. Oh. Are we almost at the end of this chapter? No. Not even close. With a gasp and then a cry, I reached the climax of pleasure. My entire body flushed and cooled down in a few seconds. Massimo waited until I was calm again and carried me to the bed. I was only semi-conscious as he pressed his body to mine and entered me again. So we have one con. And now the smoke alarm down the hall is actually going off, not mine. And yes, the one that beeps all the fucking time. And yes, it's still doing the dead battery beep about 80% of the time. And yes, I've complained and complained and complained about it. And entered me again. He snuggled his face to my hair and his hips rushed at me hard. I could feel he was about to come too. Oh, we have it spelled wrong. I don't have a category for came. Because that's the same either way. It counts. But we have it wrong. I writhed and moaned, my nails biting into the skin of his back. My kisses on his neck were greedy, and I bit his shoulder. So we're going pre 50 Shades and stealing from Twilight with all the biting because it's appropriate because it's like the human centipede of books. Twilight, 50 Shades, then this. See, now who's going to make a worse version of this though? That's the scary part because somebody will. Listening to his breathing growing faster and faster, heralding an explosion. He pushed both hands beneath my back and hugged me so tightly I could barely breathe. His hand clutched the back of my neck and he looked me in the eyes. I love you, Laura, Massimo said, and I felt a wave of hot seeds spilling inside me. His bliss was intense and lasted for a long while. His eyes never wavered from my face the entire time. It was so sensual and sexy that I felt my own muscles tighten with his and I joined him. This is not how women work. Finally, Massimo collapsed on me, his body taking away my breath. I'm amazed she hasn't passed out yet. You're heavy, I said, trying to slide from beneath him. And your cock is perfection. She's definitely on roofies. I'm sorry, you just don't say your cock is perfection unless you are absolutely drugged. Literally have tears from the smoke getting in my eyes. It is 1 o'clock. Thank you. I love you. Don't give anyone ideas. Yeah, true. I know, and I've only seen the first two. I heard the third one's like more insane. The first one I kind of get as a concept, like not what the guy does in the movie, not the human centipede being a concept, the concept of the movie, because I'm like, I've seen I'm trying to remember what was it called in North America. But who knows, the 120 Days in Sodom, the one based on the Marquis de Sade, is pretty much banned universally, but you can find it, and I did. I've also seen A Serbian Story. If you know, you know. Do not look them up if you don't know, and I'm being serious. They're all like way worse than Human Centipede. They're brutal, violent exploitation movies. There's a reason they're banned everywhere. I'm not saying they should be banned anywhere because I don't think they should be banned anywhere because I don't believe in banning stuff like that, but they are extremely extreme. Like, I think the guy who made A Serbian Story had to flee the country. Or had previously fled the country and then made the movie. I'm not sure which came first, but I know he can never go home. He can never go back there because the government will execute him for making that movie. But it is 9 o'clock, so if anybody would like to make me chug to start the night off right, now would be your moment. Or if we wanted to add handcuffs or a duck, those are also good options. There was something I wanted to do with the handcuffs this week, and now I don't remember what. It was probably wash them. Because I did look up how to actually do that, because just like, I didn't want to ruin like the finish on it with the wrong stuff, because sometimes like if stuff has bleach, it can ruin. fine, yay. I'm finally getting watched for ice warnings on my truck. Do you have a really, 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 really long ice scraper? So I've always wondered on like big semi trucks, how the fuck do you scrape the ice off if you are driving through like when it rains liquid ice, as happens here all the time. You will definitely see people reach one arm out the window scraping the driver's side, probably as they're driving. Don't do that. Pull over, clear it. But you may have to do that for like 3-4 times on your way to Timmy's, which is like 10 minutes away, because it's raining liquid ice. As soon as it hits your windshield, it freezes immediately, and so you just get a perfect sheet, but it's distorted and you can't see. Like, it's where there's a clip that went viral of a cop who pulled over on the highway as an OPP officer, pulled over to make a PSA, like a 30-second, literally 30-second clip, saying it's really icy out here. Don't be out here if you don't have to. Drive extremely carefully. Remember, slow down because of the icy conditions. Plan to take longer to get where you're going. Leave extra lengths between you and other cars. And literally, he was out of his car for 30 seconds, and he went to get back in the car, and the door had frozen over because it was raining liquid ice, and he had to use his keys to hack at the ice to get the door open to get back in the car. I only saw the first Human Centipede and didn't sleep for 4 days. The second one is worse and dumb. Not that the first one doesn't have stupid moments, of course it does, but the first one at least had kind of a story. It had a point in and of itself. It had a point, which was crazy guy. Basically it's crazy guy abducts people, does crazy thing. The second one tried to be like artsy and like introspective somehow, and it's just bad and horribly exploitative, of course. And it goes for the gross way more and doubles down, but it goes too far and it gives the end away. I do actually. It's got an extended handle. Good. This is good. But let's see. What should we toast to tonight? To the Zegna Milan fashion show, which has been entertaining me all day, and I very much watched as protective shielding, knowing that this was coming tonight. To that fine brand of menswear, I salute you. Massimo burst out laughing and rolled over, freeing me. I'll take it as a compliment, baby girl. We're Cerebellum. I think you called it. I think we are going to get a record tonight. We're up to 3 already. I need to wash myself, I said, trying to get up. The man in black pulled me towards himself. I can't agree to that. He reached out with a hand and took a box of tissues from the night table. Why does he want her to go take a shower? Ew. Just as in the airplane when he had first tasted my pussy, he gently wiped me clean before covering me with the duvet. Okay, is he lying? Okay, new theory. Is he lying about the birth control, i.e. there is something in her arm, but it was empty, and he's trying to get her knocked up? Because why else can't she go clean up? It's like in Handmaid's Tale, where after the ceremony, they're not allowed to bathe for 3 days. We lay in bed talking until the sun came up. Things you don't do with your captor 101. He told me how it felt growing up in a mafia family and about his uncles, about the beauty of an exploding Etna, Mount Etna, the volcano, and his favorite dishes. When was the last time Mount Etna actually went off? I know it does periodically, it's very active, but I don't know if it's gone full eruption in quite some time. We ordered breakfast and watched as a new day began, never leaving bed. This is one of those moments like it would be romantic, except the entire premise. Which one is it today? He asked, sitting up. I frowned, looking at him without understanding. What are you asking? I wrapped myself in the duvet. The day? It's Wednesday. Which day? He asked again. Oh, are we going to get a day count? And it dawned on me what his question really meant. I tried counting in my head, but the events of last night made it seem like something so irrelevant. I don't know. I stopped counting, I said, sipping my tea. Girl, it's been like 14 days at most. Like, why don't they just have a fucking calendar on the wall or something? Like, seriously. The man in black got up and went to the terrace railing, propping his hands on it. I rolled to the side and observed him. His buttocks were beautifully toned, small and shapely. His lean legs made his back and shoulders look even wider than they really were. Would you like me to set you free? He asked. Okay, you said you were going to keep her for a year. It's been 2 fucking weeks. Again, things that should be happening at the end. You might be onto something, and that implant is an RFID chip. I did say that he probably did that as well. So yeah. Like, and yeah, that could be it. And this could be a trick of like, oh, letting her go and then like picking her up again, being like, are you kidding me? Never letting you go. I was just making a point that I can always find you. Because yeah, it's not a birth control implant, it's RFID. Would you like me to set you free? He asked, his eyes locking on me. I'm betting the answer is no. I could see the tension in his face. I'm taking a great risk now, but I can't just really enjoy your presence when I know I'm making you unhappy. Has she seemed unhappy? Because I don't think so. So if you'd like to leave, you can return to Warsaw. I can get you there today. I looked at him with disbelief, filled with joy. When a wide smile appeared on my face, Massimo grew cold and his stare became impassive. He said, Dominic will take you to the airport. The soonest flight leaves at 11:30. I sat up, happy and afraid at the same time, looking out at the sea. I could go back. She has not been homesick for 1 fucking minute. Like, author, did you forget to write the parts where supposedly she's sad about being kidnapped or unhappy? Because she's neither of those things. Nor has she had any desire to go back to Warsaw or her family. At all. Hi, Deacon. Good to see you. You're good to be late. You missed horrible sex scenes and blowjobs that I'm gonna have trouble scrubbing out of my brain later. Mount Etna's currently erupting? Wow. Okay, I guess it goes off more than I thought. Oh, she's very drugged right now. That's definitely, yeah. And she's been drunk and drugged the entire time. Like, I don't think she's been sober since before he abducted her. Oh, I almost forgot. Yeah, we had 2 fire already, and now we have 3. I didn't drop the lighter. Nobody saw that. Okay, in honor of Deacon arriving, we have fire number 3. All of them have been baby girl tonight. So here goes nothing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, trying not to burn myself again. Because that did happen. I did burn my hand last week. But only because embers fell on me. Okay, why does this smoke and smolder so much? Like, the smoldering is weird. Because it's still burning. And it shouldn't be. It's still burning. Like, it goes off on these crazy little canals. Like, why? And then it makes a mess. Even if we get to the end of 365 days, she wants to stay. He has kept her so intoxicated and drugged up, she's going to need a liver transplant. Yeah, true. And we were told that, vaguely one line that she had a heart condition, and that's why he has mystery pills that he sticks under her tongue when she starts to faint. That they don't seem to prevent her from fainting. If anything, I think they're sedatives, but we never got told what the pills are or what her mystery condition is. It hasn't been mentioned again since. Yes, but no, she's all happy, and he's gonna pout because she's happy about being allowed to leave his captivity and go home to her family. And how dare you not love me? You're supposed to love me now because we're fucking. Even though I said I wouldn't fuck you until you said you love me, which you haven't done. And now I'm mad that you want to leave. I heard the door to the apartment slam shut. Holding the duvet to my chest, I jumped to my feet and ran inside. Massimo was nowhere to be seen. I peeked outside into the corridor, but it was empty. I went back inside and dropped to the floor, my back sliding down the wall. We're literally doing the no, I've lost him. All the events of last night flashed before my eyes like a frantic movie. The love we'd made to each other, the fooling around, the talking until the crack of dawn. My eyes watered, and I felt like I'd lost something. Oh, God. Just, like, he knows how to manipulate her. This is on purpose. This is, yeah. I just made love to her. I gave her really good sex. She's emotionally vulnerable right now. Let me punch her and say, you can leave. And then I'm going to act pissed off that she wants to leave. And I know she's going to chase after me, but I'm going to disappear to give her that push-pull thing of, oh, no, maybe I really want him. And, yeah, we were thinking the pills were nitro, but that's not how nitro works. And I bet those channels or lines are the screen lines and posturing, the paper pressing, and the drying printers. Oh, maybe. It's got to be something. My heart ached. I could feel its beat. Was it possible I'd fallen in love with Massimo? No. I headed back to the terrace and picked up my dress. It was so crumply I couldn't possibly wear it. I ran to the bedroom and quickly called reception and asked to be connected with Dominic's room. Amazingly, the receptionist knew who he was. My hands were shaking. I couldn't catch my breath. When the young Italian... Did I skip 2 pages? No, I didn't. When the young Italian picked up, I was already crying. I said, please come to me. Then I fell into the bed. Oh, so now she's crying in bed because no, I lost evil murder guy. Because I was happy about not being held captive anymore, and now he's mad. And now he's the love of my life, and I want him. She has less, like, fucking... If Narcissism 101 was a book, oh, fuck yeah. I'm wondering about bots. I may need more of an explanation on that. Got any kitties handy, Cerebellum? Oh, apparently she passed out, so we're going with another time she faints. That makes 6. Lara, can you hear me? I opened my eyes groggily and saw Dominic sitting next to me. There were some vials with medicine on the table and an elderly man standing next to the bed talking over the phone. Okay, so something serious has gone on, and we've I don't know. So there's a doctor of some kind, I'm assuming, or somebody with drugs, either one. What happened? Where's Massimo? I asked, terrified, trying to get up. Dominic stopped me and explained, this is a doctor. He took care of you when I couldn't find your pills. The older man said something in Italian, smiled, and left us. We're never going to get an explanation for what's wrong with her. Where's Massimo? What's the time? It's nearly noon. Massimo left. Okay, so now she's been unconscious for several hours this time. They couldn't find her pills and had to summon a doctor. Okay, to tie in with this is all a kidnapping at her request thing. Is she dying? Is the reason it's 365 days because she only has a year to live? And so this is what she decided to do? Are we pulling a Moulin Rouge? Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Symptoms primarily appear when standing and include rapid heart rate, increased dizziness, light head, fatigue, brain fog, chest pain, shortness of breath, and nausea. That it fits. Can include fainting, near fainting, shortness of breath. That would fit. That would fit what we've seen and been told. So what would be the mystery pills if that's what she has? This entire book sounds like word salad in my humble opinion. Yes, it does. I've had that thought more than once. And some of it is translation issues. A couple places you can very clearly see it's translation issues, but some of it is just this garbage. Ow, my stomach. Ow, 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 ow. All the clenching. My head was spinning and I felt nauseous. Everything hurt. Did she have a seizure? Take me to him, right now. I need some clothes, I cried, wrapping myself in the sheets. She's going to run to him and get on her knees and beg him to, love her and blah, blah, blah. The entire book has a translation issue with life. This is true. Dominic sent me a curious look, got up and went to the closet. I ordered some of your things sent here before we arrived. The boat is waiting downstairs. We can go as soon as you're ready. I jumped up and sprinted towards the closet. I didn't care what I wore. I grabbed a white Victoria's Secret tracksuit Dominic was holding, and a while later I was in the bathroom frantically trying to put it on. I glanced at the mirror and yesterday's makeup on my face. I said I didn't care how I looked, but that would be too much. I said I didn't care how I looked, but that would be too much. I wiped the makeup off and went back to the bedroom where Dominic was still waiting. The motorboat was too slow, despite ripping through the waves at maximum speed. Nearly an hour later, I saw the hull of the Titan in the distance. Oh yeah, they had a boat that she fell off of and drowned, apparently. Finally, I breathed, jumping to my feet. I didn't wait until we were moored. I skipped to the deck of the yacht immediately. I ran looking everywhere, opening all doors, but Massimo was nowhere to be seen. Resigned and crying, I collapsed onto the sofa in the lounge. I was drowning in tears and my throat felt so tight I couldn't breathe. An hour ago, the helicopter took him to the airport, Dominic said, sitting next to me. A lot of work now. She asked you to take her to him. Why didn't you say he's not on the boat? Like, what is this crap? I don't know. The yacht, no, she fell off the yacht somehow on an outdoor staircase that had no railings and fell into the water off the top deck and somehow didn't break any bones and drowned, and he jumped in and rescued her, and her heart had stopped and she stopped breathing, but he revived her and then she was perfectly fine 5 seconds later, because that's how that works. And seriously, how much more of this is going to be her like going, no, I've lost him. Oh, the guy I'm suddenly in love with because he's really good at sex and I think his cock is perfect. Does he know I'm here? I asked. I don't think so. He left his cell phone in the room. I couldn't call him. Besides, there's places where he can't take his phone. Crying, I threw myself in Dominic's arms. What am I to do now, Dominic? Oh, God. Seriously? The young Italian hugged me and stroked my hair. I don't know, Laura. I've never been in such a situation. We just have to wait for him to call. I need to go back, I said, getting up. To Poland. No, Sicily. I'll wait for him to return. May I? So now she's asking to stay and go back to his mansion and just be allowed to wait for him to randomly return. And they're not even in Sicily right now. She just left the Isle of Lido. And so can I just go back to his house in another country and just wait for him to maybe return? I can't help but think of Ocean Gate. Yeah. Tyler Perry would make a movie out of this book. I have unfortunate news for you. Netflix already made movies out of these books. I have not watched them yet. I'm going to when we're finished, but ow. But I happen to know the first movie, thanks to Seth Hale being a researcher, the first movie has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I didn't know was even possible. I sent Dominic a wide stare, waiting for his permission. Of course, as far as I know, nothing has changed. So let's pack our things and go to the island. I slept through most of the journey with the help of sedatives. So now we're just admitting. Now we're just admitting that she's on all the drugs. No, I'm very serious. Yes. No, I'm 100%. Yeah. All three of them are Netflix. Yeah. It hurts my brain and my heart. Yes, I know. When I finally stepped into the SUV at the airport in Catania, I felt like I was returning home. The highway led along the slopes of Mount Etna, and the only thing I could think of was Massimo, smiling and telling me stories from his childhood. When we entered the driveway, I noticed it didn't look like last time. The maroon stones had been replaced with dark gray ones, and the drive was lined with new bushes and flowers. I barely recognized the place. Maybe because it's not the same place? They've only been gone at best like 5 days. Confused, I looked twice, making sure we were in the right spot. Don Massimo ordered it all to be replaced during our trip, Dominic said, stepping out of the car. Oh, like he was trying to make it more like homely and inviting for her? I entered the house and reached my bedroom, slipping into my bed and quickly falling asleep. The subsequent days were identical. How long is she just gonna hang out in this guy's house? Some days I spent in bed, others I went to the beach. Dominic tried making me eat, but it was no use. Oh my God, we're doing this. We're doing this. We're doing this. They've known each other for 2 goddamn weeks. And now because he's ghosted her, she's gonna just waste away in bed waiting for him to return because, oh my God, I'm really in love with the guy who took me captive and raped me. And I'm so mad that he said I could leave and I was momentarily happy thinking about my family and having my freedom again. And he got mad and left and now I can't, I need him or I'm going to die. I remind everyone that I said I know because I've studied the shit out of psyops. You can completely break down and replace somebody's personality, especially somebody who doesn't seem to have one, in about 48 hours. If you know what you are doing, it's not that hard. And he has done so many psyops techniques on her. The lack of time, the constant disappearing, and saying I won't be there, and then he is, the random moments of violence so she never knows when it's coming, the constant changing of environment without any specificity, the springing demands at the last minute, the being nice one moment and jealous douchebag the next. You have to work to get 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. It takes effort. I don't exactly know how it works, but I believe you. Did it finally unseat Plan 9 from Outer Space as the worst movie ever? I wish you could see my face right now. Yeah, I have some suspicions, Deacon, as to what your face would look like. No, feel free to DM me a picture because I'd love to see you. So we don't know how many days are spent like this. I wandered around the house. Dominic tried making me eat, but it was no use. I just wouldn't have anything. I wandered around the house looking for something, anything that would prove Massimo was there. I exchanged emails with Mom, but I couldn't talk to her. I knew I wouldn't be able to fool her and that she'd immediately know something was amiss. I watched Polish TV, which Massimo had ordered be installed in my bedroom. Apparently, you can just do that. At times, I tried checking the Italian channels, but I never understood. But I still understood next to nothing. So she's talking as if she's doing this for weeks. And if that wasn't enough, all local tabloids and websites published the photo from the banquet, the one in which the men in black kiss me on the seafront. They were all captured. Who is the Sicilian potentate's mysterious new companion? Most articles also mentioned my dance skills. So she's being tormented by pictures of them. Days passed, and I felt it was about time to go back to Poland. I had called. Okay, so now she's allegedly moving on. It's been don't know how long, but I guess she's like, oh, he's never coming back for me. I chased him away. I've lost him forever, so I'll go home to Poland. I called Dominic asking him to pack only those things I had brought with me from Warsaw, the things they stole from 2 locations and had shipped to you. I wouldn't take anything that would remind me of the man in black. This is so horrible. Like, this is just, I literally couldn't write a character as bad as this. I couldn't do it. Online, I found a cozy studio on the outskirts of Warsaw and rented it. What would come next? I had no idea, but I didn't care as long as I stopped hurting so much. So he's doing this on purpose, of course. And you know what it's going to be? There's going to be some kind of, because what it is he's letting her simmer. She's about to leave. One of 2 things is going to happen. Either we get the Thomas Crown affair ending where she gets on the plane, but he's secretly sitting behind her, or he's waiting for her in Poland. We get either that, or one of them is going to be in distress. Maybe the girlfriend from before shows up and tries to shoot her or something, or does shoot her, but non-fatally. And that's what draws it out, because look how much book we still have left. And there's 2 more. How I don't know. She's afraid to talk to her mom because her mom will know that something is wrong, and she basically she hasn't told her mom what's going on. She was getting to the point of having to lie about having a year-long job in Italy, and that's why she couldn't come home, but she never actually did that. She never actually gave an explanation as to why she was supposedly going to be gone for a year. But now it's only been like 3 weeks, so she hasn't had to make much excuse yet. Is how much book we have left. I got so upset. Yeah, no, we're barely past the halfway point. By the way, we've only read like 9 pages so far tonight. It looks like when Butters side-eyes me. Butters is good kitty. But no, one of them's gonna be in distress, or he's going to like mystery call her and say like, meet me at the blank, or she'd be told to meet him at the blank or something, or that something will happen to her or something will happen to him. But something will happen, because now that she's pined for him but is moving on, he's got to reach out and pull her in again somehow. So it's going to be, come to me, baby, I need you for some reason because of something. The next morning, I was woken by the sound of the alarm clock. I drank a cup of cocoa, which I found on the night table. Yeah, just go ahead and drink the random thing that's definitely got drugs in it. And turned on the TV. Today's the day, I thought. A while later, Dominic opened the door and sent me a sad smile. Your plane leaves in 4 hours. He sat down on the edge of the bed. I'll miss you, he said, taking my hand. I squeezed it, feeling my eyes with tears. Has Dominic actually been talking to Massimo and like he knows that she has permission to leave now? Because he said nothing had changed before, so he must have gotten the all clear. I know, me too. I'll go check if everything's ready, Dominic said, getting up. I stayed in bed, staring dumbly at the TV, skipping channels. I settled on some news before going to the bathroom. The head of the Sicilian mafia was shot in Naples. There we go. There we go. I said she was going to be shot, but it's him. The young Italian was widely considered one of... Oh, is he dead? One of the most dangerous... Wait, is he dead? I stormed out of the bathroom back to the TV. The screen was showing a montage of scenes from the place of the incident, including 2 body bags and a black SUV. Is he dead? I have no idea what comes next if he's dead. Or is he faking his death to, like, upset her? And then at the end of the book, he's gonna, like, after she grieves him, he's reappear, so she'll love bond to him forever. A hot, scalding feeling came behind my sternum came next. I couldn't breathe, and then a sharp pain like someone was stabbing my heart with a knife. I tried screaming, but didn't even manage a croak. I fell to the floor unconscious. End of chapter! Yeah, let's see. From where we started tonight, we have read exactly 10 pages. So we are 40 minutes behind where we should be, which is like 8 pages. All right. Officially, though, stretch break. God, do I need to stretch. I also need to be drinking a lot more. Ugh. Ugh. Reminder that we have ducks available for $10, handcuffs for $25, and making me drink for $50. If anybody would like to help me get really drunk, I would very, very, very much appreciate it. Because this book is just not taken sober. Oh, Cerebellum, you are correct. Add another fainting to the tally. That's true. Okay, that brings us to 7 now. Reading 9 pages of this over the course of an hour deserves a medal. Thank you, Sodell. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, you could always send a girl a duck, or the handcuffs are metal. We could make that the medal. I could put them on a string and wear them like a necklace. We could get a fake badge of some kind. Thank you, Deacon. Thank you, Link. The ladder. That's something we need to come up with. We need to make like a reader survival medal for each book in the series. That's a good idea. We should do that. Maybe I can do some kind of a badge on Discord or an emoji or something. We should totally do that. That's a wonderful idea. I'm gonna do that. I'm absolutely gonna do that because that's a really good idea and I love designing things. So yeah, no, we're gonna do that. We're gonna come up with some kind of a badge or a medal or something. We absolutely are. I believe we're supposed to assume he's dead and he'll reappear shortly. I don't think it will be much longer before we see him again. I agree because there's only 3 characters in this. 4 if we count the ex-girlfriend. So yeah, you have to get the 2 of them back together like on the next page, or what are you doing? Charm bracelets or something. This book is a champagne flute. Oh yeah, we should. No, we will. We will. We are capable and we are crafty. We will. Ever think about having a ruler to the back of your stuff to remind you to not hunch so much? You know, we need a tiny little mini duck that can float in my wine glass. That would be so cute. Like tiny little microscopic ducks. Though I would probably choke to death on them, I just realized. Don't pay attention to me. Is that a game? Stefano from Days of Lives. Sorry, don't know the reference. Opera. Oh, did you Days of Our Lives? I've heard of it. I've probably seen clips because it's been on for what, like 50 years. But yeah, they're all like all the ones, Days of Our Lives, General Hospital, and whatever the other one is. Yeah, they're all known for ridiculous plots and like repeating plots, and everybody has an evil twin, and everybody gets pregnant, and everybody gets amnesia, and everybody accidentally sleeps with somebody else, and there's secret evil villains. And Chapter 11. Oh, excuse me. Chapter 11. It scares away things when you shout. And this is in italics, so I don't know if this is a flashback or a dream or a memory or what. Spanish soap operas. Yes, I heard that. Telenovelas. They are apparently just fucking batshit. Constantly. You don't even have to understand the language, but they're entertaining. Because of just constant batshittery. Is what I've heard. They're all crazy and they're like, they crank the dramatics up to 5 million. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Oh. Okay, my email's being weird. I opened my eyes. The sun illuminated so brightly that I could barely see. I raised my hand to cover my eyes and inadvertently jerked on the IV tube. So is she waking up in a hospital? Well, she's probably not in a hospital because that's too many people. What the hell? As soon as my eyes became accustomed to the light, I took a careful look around. All the equipment around me suggested I was in a hospital. What had happened? Then it struck me. Massimo was... My heart started racing and all the devices surrounding me began whining. A doctor appeared in the room, followed by a nurse and Dominic. I noticed my young assistant and started crying. Racked by great sobs, I couldn't say a word. I coughed, sputtered, and choked, waving my arms in panic. Who the fuck The door opened and a figure appeared in the threshold. Massimo! Okay, so, yeah, I literally said the next page, and it's the next page, yeah. He's alive! I'm sorry, he whispered. Baby, Well, is she hallucinating him now? Do we know if this is real? I put my hand against his lips. Not here. Not now. Tears rolled down my face, but they were tears of happiness. So I guess he's gonna say, like, baby, I'm sorry I got mad and stormed off and let you think I was dead and... Madame, the man in the white scrubs said, glancing at the medical report hanging from the bed frame. We've had to do a carotid revascularization. The state you were in was a threat to your life. So, okay, carotid revascularization. That sounds like major surgery to me. So has she had like major chest surgery, like heart surgery, where like she has a big scar on her chest now? And we've had to insert a tube into your body. That's why you have a patch in your groin. Through the tube, we inserted a guide wire into your carotid artery that allowed us to clear it. That's the short version anyway. Despite your perfect knowledge of English, without walking you through all the specialist medical jargon, I wouldn't be able to explain the procedure in detail, but I don't think that is strictly necessary. What matters is that we've made it. Okay, if an actual doctor fucking sounded like that, you would not believe they're a doctor. I could hear his words, but my eyes were fixed on Massimo. Nothing else mattered. He was here, alive, and well. Okay, that's the end of the italics. Why that is in italics and then nothing else is, I don't know. Excuse me. You know what this book needs? Aliens from space for no reason. Yes! It will probably happen. Hate when I'm right, especially when it's in reference to something so obvious. Yep. That's neck. That is what it sounds like. Wait, what? Yes, they can do it from the groin. Okay, so she doesn't have a huge scar on her chest, but she nearly died. Again, do we need a died and nearly died counter, because she died? She's like nearly died or died like 4 or 5 times already. And are we going to get an explanation as to what like her underlying condition is, or is this hand waving away the heart condition and now she's all better? It could go either way. I bet he keeps drugging her though. Can you hear me, Laura? I felt someone raising my eyelids. Don't do this to me or he'll kill me. I opened my eyes slowly. I was laying on the rug, with Dominic looking nervously down at me. Was that all a dream? Because only this part is in italics. That and the news report was also in italics. Are we going to hand wave that was all a dream, or she was in some kind of mind hypno sim thing? What? Because now they're back on the carpet? What? The groin is for the heart, not the carotid. Not the carotid. Yeah, because it says carotid revascularization, and I am sure that I'm reading that correctly. I'm not having a dyslexia moment. Someone stole my coffee! Was it Butters? Have you questioned Butters? Like, where was that all in her head? Like, that would include the him leaving and all of her waiting and going back to Sicily. Are we back in Lido now? Where the fuck are we? Thank God, he said as I started reacting. What happened? I croaked, disoriented. You lost consciousness again. It's good I had the pills in the drawer. Are you feeling well? I'm adding another faint counter because I don't know if one of those was real or not, but I don't care. Where's Massimo? I want to see him now, I cried, trying to push myself up. You said you'd take me to him any time I want. Well, I want it right now. Dominic studied me as if searching for an answer to my question. I can't, he breathed. I don't know how it happened, but something went terribly wrong. Remember, Laura, the media doesn't tell the whole story, but you have to go back to Poland today. These are Massimo's orders. It's for your own safety. What? What is going on? The car is already waiting. You have your apartment ready in Warsaw and an account in the Virgin Islands. Use the money however you want. What? Now there's bank accounts and one of them's in the U.S. Virgin Islands? And she's being shipped back to Poland? So we're saying her imagining being in the hospital is the dream. She actually just saw the news and passed out. And now she's waking up and being told that he is, I guess, alive if he's giving orders, but is ordered that she go back to Poland because it's too unsafe to keep her here. I think. I don't know. There's some huge fucking gaps here. I'm trying to chain things together as best I can. Which I shouldn't have to do because you should fucking write better. I stared at him, terrified, unable to believe him. He went on. All the documents, credit cards, and keys have been packed. A driver will pick you up and drive you to your new place. You have a car in the garage. All your things will be sent from Sicily to Warsaw according to your guidelines. Her guidelines. Is he alive? I cut in. Tell me, Dominic, or I will lose it. The young Italian went silent then, thinking. He's moving, that's for sure. Mario, his consigliere, is with him, so there's a chance he's alive. I'm sorry, he's giving you orders and somebody is with him and you don't know if he's alive? My brain hurts. A lot. I have such a headache at the back of my head right now. I really fucking do. Like, right, that vice grip on the top of your neck, right at the base of your skull. That's what I got going on. I need more booze. I need a lot more booze. I need all of the booze. Why didn't I get vodka? Nah, I think it was a person. Damn, you still alive? Still alive, pretty sure. Whiplash. It was supposed to be accounts in the Caymans, not the Virgin Islands. Yeah, what do you bet somebody just fucked that up? What do you bet that is just straight human error of somebody fucking it up? And not knowing that the Caymans are not the US Virgin Islands. I can almost guarantee you that is somebody just not bothering to fucking Google that they are not the same place. There ain't enough steel on the planet for you. The chain, you need to put that back together. Yeah, for real. For real. But there is enough wine in this box and others like it to get us through this evening. Don't block the ducks. And then a reminder that we still have space for 6 other ducks that we're trying to get onto the pantheon so they can join their brethren and be lauded and happy and celebrated ducks like their kin. They're very lonely over here all by themselves. Yeah, it's right. This book was written by Grok, or however you spell that. You could so be right. It sounds like AI the way it is disjointed. But yeah, I guess she dreamed the hospital thing. Maybe that's supposed to be like a background clue as to what is wrong with her, like what her actual condition is. Though they didn't say. They just said what they did to repair the condition because it became life threatening. They didn't say what her like underlying diagnosis is. So when would you? What condition would you have that would require carotid revascularization? Uh, what do you mean moving? I asked, frowning. Can they both be? I trailed off, afraid of voicing the word dead. Don Massimo has a transmitter implanted into the inside of his left hand. A small chip just like yours? He said, touching my left bicep. We know where he is at all times. We called it! We fucking called it! We said, this is not birth control. This is fucking RFID. We were right. He just confirmed it. We were right. We were right. We were right. It's an RFID chip. Plaque narrowing the lumen of the artery, increasing stroke risk. Would having that procedure be a cure-all or a temporary pause? I'm pouring more wine because we were right. We were right. We were right. We were right. Come on, Chad. I feel like that deserves a celebratory chugging. I mean, granted, we're predicting the dumbest book ever written, but we were right. Still waiting for aliens from space to make this book complete of all the nonsense. I know, right? All right, let's see if we get anything. You would need to treat the cause of the buildup, but it would treat it for now. Okay, so either she's had this procedure, because that was her dreaming it. So either she's had that procedure before, or she knows that she may need it in future, and that's why she knows what it is. But yeah, we still don't know what her underlying condition is. But it's treatable with magic pills when she faints, apparently. For a moment, I got lost in thought, absently fingering the little tube in my arm. So what is this, really? I asked, feeling the anger rising in me again. A contraceptive implant or a transmitter? Let's go with transmitter. Dominic didn't reply, as if he'd just realized I had no idea what I'd been implanted with. He only sighed heavily and pushed himself to his feet, pulling me with him. In other words, I'm not allowed to tell you, but it's definitely a transmitter. And is the coming back to him, is the big emergency gonna be, honey, I'm pregnant? It's going to require him to come to her and rescue her and make sure she's with him at all times, because now she's carrying his child and she can't be out of his sight, and so she has to go on the whirlwind tour of his revenge for being shot at again, blah 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 blah. You'll take a public plane. It'll be safer this way. Now get moving. We have to go, he said, lugging my suitcases from the closet. The less you know, the better, Laura. No. Then he turned his back on me and disappeared behind the door. For a long while I kept still, thinking about all the things I had heard. Despite the fury I was feeling, I was grateful to Massimo for taking care of everything. Bitch, please. The thought that I might never see him again and that he might never touch me again made my eyes tear up. The black thoughts soon lost the battle with hope, though, and I felt sure he was alive. I knew I'd come back here one day. I packed my things, and an hour later I was already on the plane. Dominic stayed at the mansion. He said he couldn't go with me. I was alone again. Oh God, this is so bad. The flight was short, even with the transfer in Milan. Hey, shout out to Milan. I don't know if it was the pills the young Italian had given me, because just taking random pills from random strangers who were involved in your kidnapping and being held hostage. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Or the apathy I descended into, but my fear of flying vanished. Leaving the terminal, I noticed a man holding a card with my name on it. I'm Laura Bial, I said in English. The power of habit. Good day, my name is Sebastian, the man said, and I grimaced hearing Polish. A couple weeks ago I would have given everything to be able to talk in Polish with anyone, but now it only reminded me where I was and what had happened. My nightmare turned fairy tale had ended, and I was back at square one. I'm telling you, she fucking arranged this. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Wait, what? The public plane is safer? What the fuck? No, it's not. Private plane is far safer in this situation. Why is security always crap? Yes. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm 100% there. Yeah, no, that makes no goddamn sense at all. There was a black Mercedes S-Class parked by the entrance. Sebastian walked over to the car and opened the door for me. We drove off. It was September, and the air was getting cold and smelled of fall. Okay, wait. In the beginning of the book, did it say what month it was? Because then we would get an actual timeline. Because it was her birthday. So when did we say when that is? Because wasn't it like June or something? Meaning it's been several months longer than we thought, possibly. Yeah, because her birthday was the whole reason for the trip. So I'm sure at some point we must have been told when her birthday is. And that would tell us when it started. but I don't remember. Yeah, no. I slid the window down and inhaled it. I don't think I had ever felt this bad in my entire life. The sadness and despair made even the hair on my head ache, and any reason was good to drown in tears anew. I didn't want to see anyone, talk to anyone, eat, or live. She's so depressed she wants to die without him. Uh-huh. Ugh. Can you imagine if you were like 14 and read this? And then you thought, this is how I'm supposed to act when a guy breaks up with me? We left the airport behind and the car headed towards the center of town. Oh god, not downtown. We Ugh, why am I getting stuffy? Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, I appear to be dying. Why am I suddenly stuffy? It's not helping with my head. Ow. Ugh. When we turned towards the district of Mokotów, Polish word, not trying that hard, I felt relieved. The car entered a closed-off residential estate and parked next to a low apartment building. The driver got out and opened the door for me, passing me hand luggage. For a while I sat rummaging through it until I found an envelope labeled home. There were keys there as well as an address. I'll bring your bags upstairs and the car with the rest should be here any time now, Sebastian said, offering me a hand. I stepped out and headed to the door. When I reached it, another car stopped by the building. The driver exited and started to remove things from the car. I entered the hall and went to the reception where a young man was waiting. Hello, I'm Laura Bial. Welcome. I'm glad you arrived. Your apartment is ready. It's on the fourth floor, fifth door on the left. Would you like me to help with the bags? No thanks, the driver will manage. See you then, the boy called out as I left, sending me a wide grin. A moment later I was in the elevator going up to the top floor. I pushed the key in the lock with the number I found on the envelope and entered the apartment. The first thing I noticed was a beautiful living room with the windows spanning all the way up to the next floor. What? She said she was on the top floor. Literally, the top of this fucking paragraph says, going up to the top floor. And then it says, the first thing I noticed was a beautiful living room with windows spanning all the way up to the next floor. There is no next floor. You're at the top. Those are back-to-back lines. I'm getting stuffy because the corrupting neurons from your brain are trying to escape. Yeah, probably. Wait, these movies are 2 hours long? Okay, I have Monday off, so I have plans for tomorrow now? Girl, no! No! And are they really? Because I was certain they were going to be exactly 90 minutes. Exactly long enough to be considered a theatrical release and not a second more. Are they really 2 hours? Because that's frightening if they are. I was expecting 90 minutes each, including credits. Are they really 2 fucking hours? Could just mean ceiling, top of the floor, maybe. Yeah, I think it's bad translation, honestly. Translation issues, there's floors, and then there's stories, yeah. Deacon, it's not worth it, yes. I mean, I am going to watch them at some point. But not yet. And Deacon, no spoilers. Just everyone, I'm reading these blind no matter what. That's why I'm not watching the movies till after, so no spoilers. Wow. Thank you. Oh, great. In person, I've been trying to roleplay with all week, but we're on very different schedules. Now they're fucking around and I can't play. God damn it. It's okay, they're not very good. But it's very slim pickings and I have nobody to play with right now, so forgive me if I was indulging myself with somebody who's really not at all up to my standards, but it's all I've got. If we watch them, we might as well do a Discord watch party and supper together and comfort friends. I was literally going to do that. I was absolutely going to do that. I was going to host it. That was the plan. Yeah, they've been debating, should we wait until we've read all three and watch all three movies in like a very bad marathon, or at the end of this book should we watch the first one together and like watch them at the end of each book one by one, even though the movies might overlap a little. You know, we can deal with a little. So let me know, should we at the end of this book, which is probably in, I don't know when because we're going very slowly tonight, but at the end of this book, should we do a group watch party for the first movie? Excuse me. Excuse me. Everything was dark and modern. I could feel Massimo's hand in the decor. The drivers brought me my things and disappeared, leaving me completely alone. The apartment was elegant and cozy. A large part of the living room was occupied by a black sofa made of soft alcantara fabric I've never heard of. Alcantara. With a white fluffy rug laid out beneath it. There was a glass coffee table next to it, and the wall had a huge flat-screen TV on it. Next to that, there was the entrance to the bedroom, which housed a large fireplace surrounded with copper plates. As I entered deeper into the room, I saw a modern bed with LED lighting. It looked as if it was levitating. You can get floating beds. They're expensive, but it exists. Oh, we're losing you, Deacon. Aw. Cuddle butters. Everyone say goodnight to Deacon. There was also a door to the closet and a bathroom with an enormous bathtub. I went back to the living room and switched on the TV, the news channel. I opened my hand luggage and sat down on the rug, leafing through all the envelopes. Credit cards, documents, information. The last one contained a car key with 3 letters on it. BMW. To my surprise, I discovered that I was actually the owner of both the apartment and the car. So it's a condo, not an apartment. After reading some more papers, I also found out that the 7-digit bank account was also mine, so over $1 million. Why would I want all that if he wasn't with me though? Girl, give me the apartment, the car, and the money. I will have a very good time all by myself. High-end synthetic suede developed in Italy. Okay, makes sense. Sounds nice. I'm all for faux suede. Yeah, I know, right? Was this his way? Was this his way of making those few weeks up to me? The way I felt now, I should have paid. The way I felt now, I should have paid him for all the wonderful moments. I'm telling you right now, every time she passed out, somebody was whispering in her ear. Somebody was doing the mind manipulation shit to her every time she passed out. I swear to fucking God. See, the blacklist, fucking with Liz's memories in 2 or 3 episodes and revealing her past. I've never seen the end of the show, don't tell me. But that scene, all the psyops, forget your own barcode shit from Dark Angel, uh, other times this has been done. All of Dollhouse. Yeah, it's that. I'm fucking telling you. I need to be so much more drunk. Why do I have to have stupid rules for myself that I can't chug without permission? Why? Why do I have to make that rule for myself? All I want to do is chug that glass right now, and I can't because I set a stupid rule for myself that I can only chug when ordered to by somebody sponsoring it. I'm not allowed to chug on my own. I've made that a rule since day one, and I've never wanted to break it as much as I want to break it right now. But I can't because I'm wired like that. Yes, I was the kid at school that pointed out if other people, including the teachers, broke the rules because I couldn't help it. They still can't help it. Okay, overdeveloped sense of justice. This is what happens to autistic people like me. Okay, I'm that kind of autistic person. And I can do the Rain Man thing when counting dropped toothpicks. I actually can. I try not to because it makes people look at me like they're scared of me, but I can do it. I also tend to count cards subconsciously. When I was finished with unpacking my bags, it was already evening. I was in no mood to stay here on my own. I took my phone, the car documents, and key and took the elevator to the garage. I found the parking spot with the same number as my new apartment and discovered it was occupied by a large white SUV. Don't buy a white car ever. I slid the key into its slot and the headlights flared. He couldn't find anything safer or more ostentatious, I thought. Clambering up into the bright leather interior, I pressed start and drove across the garage looking for the exit. The Rain Man thing, are you talking about where you count super fast out loud? No. Not out loud. Did he do that? I don't know if he did that in the movie, but no, the thing with the waitress in the diner where she drops the toothpicks on the floor and he says there's 196 and Charlie's like, "Yeah, 200 count box. You're pretty close there, Raymond." And the waitress is like, "There's 4 in the box." So he just at a glance could count quite quickly how many were there. And he was right. And that ties into the card counting that he figures out later when he teaches them how to count cards. Stupid fur is bothering me. And of course, it doesn't want to come. Ugh. I lost my tweezers somewhere. I dropped them and anything Bo ate them. Ugh. You ever try that sandpapery thing to get rid of hair that literally like sandpapers it off? It was very big in the 90s. Problem was it would take your skin off too. I knew Warsaw pretty well, and I liked to drive around it at times, passing streets and avenues, mindlessly turning here and there. An hour later, I stopped by the house of my best friend, whom I hadn't talked to for weeks. I couldn't go anywhere else. Oh, we're about to get a new character. New character unlocked. We've leveled up. Dun, 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 dun. So I just tapped in the entrance code, went upstairs, stopped at her door, and rang the doorbell. We've been best friends since we were 5, and she didn't notice that you were missing for several weeks. Oh God, now we're getting... She was like a sister to me, and yet we've never heard her mentioned. We never heard her like missing this person, but hell, she didn't miss her family. Sometimes younger, sometimes older, depending on the occasion. She was a hot brunette with an attractive, curvy body. This is not how I've described any of my best friends ever. Men loved her. I didn't know if it was because of her vulgarity, her promiscuity, or maybe her perfect face. Olga was definitely a beautiful woman with an exotic charm. She was half Armenian, and her Eastern genes gave her sharp facial features and, which I had envied the most, an olive hue to her skin. How to not structure a goddamn sentence. She was half Armenian, and her Eastern genes gave her sharp facial features and, which I envied her the most, an olive hue to her skin. How not to do structure 101. I'm dyslexic as fuck, and I know that that's horrible sentence structure. And I suck at sentence structure. I have proof that I suck at it, and grammar. I'm still better than that. Excuse me. Olga had never worked. She liked to make maximum use of the effect she had on men. Always a proponent of breaking stereotypes, especially those saying that a woman with many partners is a whore. She is a whore. She's obviously getting paid. I have no objection to myself or this woman being called a whore because, again, whores get paid. If they were calling her a slut, I would have a problem with it. But respect the hustle. So, yeah, if she wants to be a professional kept woman, sugar babe, because this is like, that's what we're talking about, sugar babe. But that's fine. What the hell is wrong with it? First he eats duckies, now he's eating tweezers. The little dog's got a stomach of iron. You have no idea. You have no idea. I have to be so careful with him because he literally will eat anything, and he has eaten anything. Like, I had to learn very early that if I was eating chicken and I use like napkins to clean, chicken grease off my hands, I can't leave those in the garbage. I have to immediately throw those down the garbage chute, or he will break into the garbage bag and eat the napkins with the chicken grease. Or, on when you buy like packs of raw chicken, there's that I have no idea what the fuck it is for. Like, I think it just helps keep it frozen. But there's that piece inside it that looks like almost like a puppy pad. But it's like a plastic about this thick, like layer that's under it, under the chicken and above the plastic tray, and you got to take it out and throw it out separately because it's not recyclable. Um, he ate that once. Woman with many partners is a whore. She had a She had a peculiar deal with men. She gave them what they wanted and they gave her money in return. That's not a peculiar deal. That's the oldest profession in the world. And I know it says peculiar. I don't know. Somebody dyslexia check me. Does this actually say peculiar or am I having like a stroke? Because Peculiar. That says peculiar, does it not? Because that's not a peculiar deal. She gives the men sex, they give her money. She was not a hooker. Yes, she is. More like a mistress to men bored with ordinary stupid girls. Oh yeah, because she's coming across as a real intellect here. Most of her partners were deeply in love with her, but she didn't know what love was. Who the fuck is this character we're being fucking introduced to? What the actual fuck? She didn't want to change that either. Olga was currently seeing an influential man, an owner of a big cosmetics company, who didn't have the time or inclination to form any sort of serious relationship with anyone. So she accompanied him to official parties and dinners and massaged his head when he was tired. He, on the other hand, provided her with all the luxuries and comforts she could think of. From an outsider's perspective, it was a real relationship, but neither of them would ever admit that. Yeah, she's a whore. She's a whore, she's a hooker, she's a sugar babe, she's a kept woman, professional mistress, whatever you want to call it. And I'm not objecting to any of these. I'd be quite happy in one of those arrangements, very happy. But call it what it is. Own up. It's a puppy pad. It absorbs the juices so it doesn't leak anywhere. It's a meat diaper. That's what he ate. Yeah, he ate that once. Fuck me, Lara, Olga exclaimed as she saw me on the doorway. I'll kill you one of these days. I thought somebody kidnapped you. Come in. What are you waiting for? There's no way her friend is that on the nose. Come on. She grabbed me by the arm and pulled me inside. I'm sorry. I stammered and my eyes watered. Olga froze, looking at me terrified. She wrapped an arm around me and led me to the living room. Somehow I feel you could use a drink. What is with the constant drinking? And why am I not constantly drinking? She said, and a moment later, we were sitting on her rug with a bottle of wine between us. What is with the constant sitting on the floor as well? You're grown-ass women. Sit in a fucking chair. Martin came to see me, she said, sending me a suspicious look. Oh, the boyfriend who didn't care enough to report her missing. Or the other friends. He was asking for you, told me what happened. That you disappeared, leaving him a letter. And then you came back before him and took all your stuff from his apartment. Jesus, Laura, what happened there? I wanted to call you, but I was sure you'd do it yourself as soon as you wanted to talk. So her friend didn't even care enough all these weeks to even try to call after hearing that she's obviously been through a very dramatic breakup. And that's her best friend. No wonder she didn't want to go back to her life. Her life sucks. I watched her sipping my wine and growing certain that I couldn't tell her the truth. Well, for so many reasons, like nobody believe you. I just had enough of all that ignorance. Besides, I fell in love. I raised my eyes and sent her a look. I know how that sounds, so I don't want to talk about it. I need to get my shit together. Yes, I fell in love and didn't realize till he was gone, because you don't know what you got till it's gone, and pave paradise and put up a parking lot. I knew she knew I wasn't telling her everything, but she was my friend, and she always understood when I didn't want to spill everything. Okay, she snapped, flustered. So how was it? Everything in order? Do you have a place to live? Need anything? She spewed questions one after the other. I'm renting a place from a guy I know, a large apartment, but he had to leave in a hurry and needed to leave it to someone he trusted. Cool. That's settled then. How about work? We're just going to speed run all this. Yeah, she wouldn't back down that easily, it seemed. I have a few options, but I need to focus on myself for now, I muttered, playing with my glass. I need to get some things in order first, but it's going to be all right. Can I stay the night? I don't want to drink and drive. Yay for not drinking and driving. Sure thing. When did you get a car? I got it with the apartment, I replied, pouring us another glass. She sat down and talked about the events of the last month late into the night. I told her about the charms of Sicily, the food, the alcohol, the shoes. After downing half the second bottle, Olga asked, All right, how about him? Tell me something about him. I'm going crazy here, pretending I'm not curious. Flashes of all the time I'd spent with Massimo whirled through my head. That should take about 3 whole seconds since you hardly spent any actual time with him. How I saw him naked for the first time when he joined me in the shower, our shopping spree, and the moments on his yacht. That's all of it. Our dance at the banquet that last night after which he disappeared. I began, putting my glass down. Special. That's one fucking word for it. Commanding, hoity, tender, handsome, and very caring. No, he's not. Imagine your typical alpha male who can't suffer any disobedience and always knows what he wants. Then add in a protector and guardian with whom you always feel like a little girl, and finally mix in the fulfillment of all your sexual fantasies. Or, this is what should have been on the back of the book. This is like a test run of the blurb for the back of the book. Let's do this again, because oh my god, he's special, commanding, hoity, tender, handsome, and very caring. Imagine your typical alpha male who can't. Let's do this. Imagine your typical alpha male who can't suffer any disobedience and always knows what he wants. Then add in a protector and guardian with whom you always feel like a little girl. Then finally mix in the fulfillment of all your sexual fantasies. And if that's not enough, he's 6'3", has not an ounce of fat on him, and he looks like a sculpture made by God himself. Small ass, huge shoulders, wide chest, that's Massimo. I concluded, shrugging. How is that not the blurb on the back of the book? Seriously, I feel like that would be better than what's actually there. Holy fuck, Olga said. That sounds perfect. But what about him? For a while, oh, I hear the flapping of ears. I hear the flapping of ears. A puppy might be coming. Well, I wondered what to tell her, but nothing smart came to my head. How did she not describe his perfect penis? Oh, yep, and there's a puppy on my leg. We're taking a puppy break. Come here, you. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Very good boy. Very good boy. You're such a good boy. I love you so much. I love you so much. I love you so much. You're not supposed to lick when I have makeup on. You know that. And he muted me, of course, but I was going, I love you so much. 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 And then he started licking me because he got confused by all the love. He's literally still blinking because he's half asleep. He's constantly blinking and yawning in my face with your lovely puppy breath. Thank you. Okay, everybody show the puppy some love. He needs all the love. He also needs ducks, and he's trying not to fall back to sleep, and he's very warm. Oh, there's a good boy. Oh, there's a good boy. You're such a good boy. I love you. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy, and I love you so much. He's so sleepy. He's so sleepy. Yes, he's so sleepy, my baby. My little baby. I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much, my handsome boy. My handsome baby boy. Yes, you are. Love you so much. Said Dale, I've had this thought. There's a chance when we get to the end of the book, we discover this was all in her mind caused by her condition. I had that thought. I definitely had the thought that we get to the end of the third book. And so what it is we get to the end of the third book, and she wakes up in the hospital recovering from major surgery for whatever the hell her actual condition is, and all 3 books were an anesthesia induced crazy dream. Oh, look at you. Look at you. You're so pretty. You're so pretty of a doggy, aren't you? You're such a pretty doggy. Yes, you are. You're such a pretty doggy. Look at what a beautiful dog he is. He's so sleepy. He's like, Mommy, why are you doing? This is not how you hold me. I don't like this. I don't like when you show me to people. I'm a sleepy doggy. I'm very sleepy. I need a duck to eat. He does need all the ducks to eat. Don't you, baby? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I gotta buy him like a box of milk bones. We'll do $5 donations. For every $5 I will feed him a milk bone on screen. Would you like that? Would you like that if I fed you? Hmm? If we got you some treats? People Oh, notice the reaction to the word. He knows that word. Huh? If we got you some treats? Yeah? And then people could pay to feed you? Because, I mean, obviously he's just wasting away. I mean, you can see he doesn't have a chubby belly at all. No, there's no chubby belly. Oh, yes. Oh, you are perfect, my beautiful doggy. You are absolutely perfect, aren't you? You're just perfect. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And you're really, really, really sleepy, I know. You're so sleepy. And you have my lipstick on your nose. That's gonna take days to come off. Okay. I'm sorry, but I have to read more. Okay? I'm really sorry. Say bye-bye. 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 Send my mommy a drink. She really needs one. Right? Okay. Mwah. I love you. 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 Yes, my beautiful boy. Yes, my beautiful doggy. You're so pretty and I love you so much. Oh, or Wizard of Oz. Hit your head and had crazy dream. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And we'll go around the room going, and you were there, and you were there, and you, and you. Yeah, 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 yeah. We could totally pull a Wizard of Oz. Ugh. Ugh. Yes, I'm doing the Samantha thing. Ugh. Well, we need time to think this through. Nothing's simple with him. He's from a wealthy Sicilian family, all traditional, and they don't normally approve of relationships with outsiders. I replied, grimacing. You don't know any of this. You just made all that up out of your ass, girl. I didn't want to talk about the man in black anymore. Each memory hurt because I knew we might not see each other again. Let's go to sleep. I need to go to my parents tomorrow. All right, but promise you'll go somewhere with me on Saturday. I frowned. Come on, it'll be fun. We'll spend a day at the spa or go to town in the evening. Party, party, she cried, jumping up and down. How old is this person supposed to be? I feel like this is the Mia/Alice character. Her glee and excitement only made me feel guilty about leaving her alone for so long in the first place. It's Monday today, you know, but okay, have it your way. I'm reserving the weekend for you. What do you bet she doesn't go on the weekend with her friend? End of chapter. That was a short one. But stretch. Oh. And reminder that we still have Ducks, handcuffs, wine, and spiked bra, all available for your pleasure. Chapter 12. The drive to my parents took only a short time despite the more than 90 miles that divided us. Okay, so she's speeding. I didn't even have the time to think of what to say to them. I decided not to upset Mom anymore and just go with the lie that Massimo had come up with. I parked in the driveway and got out of the car. You vanish for a month and return in a car like that. How much do they pay you back there? I heard my dad's amused voice. Okay, so she's been gone a month at most, we've confirmed. Welcome home, honeybee, he said, hugging me tightly. Hi, Daddy. It's a company car, I explained, returning his embrace. I've missed you. Feeling his warmth and hearing his voice so full of love made my eyes water again. And yet you didn't think about these people once the entire time you were supposedly being held captive. I felt like a little girl all of a sudden. Okay, it's way creepy for her to say that immediately after describing how she feels with Massimo as feeling like a little girl again. Are we gonna get like a plot bomb that like she's an incest victim, because that's where my brain went and I don't like it. I guess I still was one, deep down, and always ran to my parents with all my problems. I don't know what happened, but I'll listen if you'd like to tell me, he said, wiping away my tears. I hate everything about this right now so intensely much. I hate this more than the blowjob scene earlier. Dad never pushed. He always waited patiently until I came to him and told him what bothered me. Jesus, you're so thin. What is with... Fuck you. This and gray and... God, shut up about a woman's fucking weight. None of your fucking goddamn motherfucking business. Shut the fuck up. We separated and I looked in the direction of the veranda where my breathtaking mom appeared in the door, because you always describe your parents as breathtaking. She was impeccably dressed and wore full makeup, like always. Okay, so we're seeing where she gets the habit of making sure she always looks, because that's how mommy does. I was nothing like her. She had long blonde hair and grayish blue eyes. Despite her age, she still looked no more than 30. And I bet some 20-year-olds would kill to have a body like hers. She's describing her mother. What the hell? Mom! I spun and ran into her arms, crying uncontrollably. She was my fallout shelter, and I knew she'd protect me from the world. Despite her overprotectiveness, she was my best friend. Well, who's the whore on the previous page then? Because you said several times that was your best friend. Nobody knew me like she did. See, I told you that trip wasn't a good idea, she said, stroking my hair. You're crying again. Why are you crying? I couldn't tell her. I really didn't know. I just missed you two. I knew I'd be able to let go of all those emotions crowding my head. She said that out loud. Oh, you have to go to bed, Link? Okay, watch something funny before falling asleep to get this out of your head. Thank you for the good wishes. Have a good day at work tomorrow. I wish you tips. You keep crying like that, your eyes will swell up and you'd have to cry all over again tomorrow when you see yourself in the mirror. I think I hate the mom. Did you take your pills? We don't want any drama around here, she said, flicking the hair off my face. Yeah, I hate the mom. I did. They're in my bag, I replied, wiping my nose. So she's got some kind of chronic condition that she has to take medication to manage, and it sounds like getting emotional in any way is not a good idea, but that could be a lot of things. Ugh. Tom, she turned to my dad. Grab us some tissues and make tea, would you? Dad smiled gently and went inside while we sat on the sofa. We sat down in soft recliners in the garden. Okay. So, Mom said, lighting a cigarette, will you tell me what this is about and why I had to wait so long for you to return? I sighed heavily, knowing this conversation wouldn't be easy. I knew I wouldn't be able to avoid it, though. Mom, I told you I had to fly a bit for my work in Sicily. I needed to get back to Italy for a while, and it took longer than expected. But for now, I'm staying in Portland, at least until the end of September. The company has branches here too, so I can work in Portland. Besides, I have Italian lessons in Warsaw. So don't worry, I won't run off tomorrow. The company cares for me. I nodded at the BMW parked in the driveway. They've also rented an apartment for me and given me a credit card. Mother was looking at me suspiciously, but I didn't allow the lie to show, and she seemed to accept my story. All right, you've made me a bit calmer, she said, pressing the butt of her cigarette into the ashtray. Now, tell me how it was. Dad brought us tea and I told my parents about Sicily, not skipping the geographical details. Some stories I took from guides I had read. The company I was supposed to work for owned hotels in Venice too, so I could tell them about Lido and the festival. We sat together for hours and talked until I was too tired to continue. When I was back in bed, Mom brought me a blanket and sat down on the edge of the bed, so she's spending the night at her parents' now. So still not staying at the new apartment. Remember, whatever happens, you've got us. She planted a kiss on my forehead and left, closing the door behind her. The next few days, Mom took it as her ultimate goal to fatten me up a bit. So now she's just crashing at her parents for random number of days. She cooked and we drank gallons of wine. Okay, this lady has not been sober for one fucking moment in this book. When Friday came, I thanked God I was going back to Warsaw. One more day and my stomach would have exploded. It's good that my parents lived by the forest. I could go jogging every day to burn off all the food that Mom had managed to stuff me with. I put on my headphones and sprinted ahead. Sometimes it took an hour, sometimes more. Throughout all this time, I had the feeling of being watched. Yeah, no fucking duh. And I want to reference the Hannibal movie of Hannibal watching Clarice run in the woods. And for those who think that didn't happen, you can see him behind her like 3 times. So yes, he really was there. And he even says to her later, I flew halfway around the world to watch you run. So yes, he really was stalking her on the run. She wasn't being paranoid. She just didn't see him, but the audience does. And again, he admits it later. Still doesn't excuse them for not doing the bookending. The bookending is better. I will defend the so-called infamous Chapter 101 until the day I die. It's how it should have ended. Your kid is going to wind up with fetal alcohol syndrome. Yeah. I would stop and look around, but never saw anyone. I thought about Massimo, whether he was alive and if he was thinking about me too. On Friday afternoon, I got into my car and drove back to Warsaw. I called Olga, reporting in. Perfect timing. We're going shopping. I need a new pair of shoes, she said. Give me the address and I'll pick you up in an hour. No, I'll come for you. I have something to do on the way. When I arrived at Olga's, I saw her closing the entrance door and stopping, dumbstruck, in front of my car. She pointed a finger at it, circling the index finger of her other hand above her temple, wide-eyed. As soon as she got in, she cried, "Who gave you that ride?" Okay, so they're saying she did this? She did the "oh my god, crazy" symbol for a nice car? What? Like, are you implying they don't have luxury SUVs in Poland? Like, what? Like, this is dumb. I told you, got it with the apartment, I replied, shrugging. Now I'm really curious how that apartment of yours looks. Oh, come the fuck on. It's a regular apartment and the car's just a car. Her reaction got on my nerves, but what pissed me off even more is that I couldn't tell her the truth. She knew I was lying, and I knew I was making a fool of myself, ignoring the keenness of her intellect. Really, your friend who's a professional whore is supposedly smart? I've known a lot of whores. Some of them are very smart. Not in the ways that get you ahead in the world, but they're smart. This bimbo isn't. What's the difference? Remember how we lived in that studio at Brodno? I don't know, place in Poland. Olga burst out laughing and fastened her seatbelt. Okay, so she's like a combination of like Mia slash Alice and like the roommate from 50 Shades. Oh yeah, with that crazy lady downstairs who always accused us of having orgies. That wasn't entirely unfounded, you know. I sent her a meaningful look, reversing out of the parking lot. I might have moaned a bit loudly once or twice. Don't make a big deal. Yeah, I remember getting back home earlier than I said once and thinking someone was torturing you. Uh, oh right, the little brat that fucked me back then was pretty rough. But his dad had a dentistry clinic, and he got you all the dental checkups for free. What he got me was a fuck so goddamn rough I scratched the plaster off the wall. Thank God I managed to change the subject from my apartment and car. Okay, so they're just talking about the roommate likes it rough and has a long history of screwing guys in exchange for services. Okay, nothing wrong with this again. There's nothing wrong with any of this. But what the actual fuck? For the rest of the way, our conversation had focused entirely on Olga's rich sexual life. Shopping never failed to improve my mood. We ran from boutique to boutique, buying shoes we didn't need. After a couple hours of this crazy marathon, we were sated. Back in the multi-leveled parking lot, we had to find our car. It took a while, but finally we found it and started packing our stuff into the trunk. New ride? I heard a familiar voice from behind. I turned around and scowled, seeing Martin's best friend. Hi, Mikal. What's up? I said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Okay, so one of the people that she abandoned on the trip who didn't care that she was missing. You tell me. Why did you leave us like that? Martin nearly dropped dead. He was so afraid for you, and yet he did fuck all about it. Like, and I swear, is Massimo staging all this shit to let her go back to her, like, quote unquote normal life so she can see how much it sucks and how much she hates it and how much she doesn't want to be around any of these people anymore and she only wants him? I think it's dumber than that, but yeah, believe me, I know all about how afraid he was. Fucking that Sicilian girl, I retorted, spinning around and putting the last bag in the trunk. He was so concerned he simply had to blow off some steam, right? Hey, you don't know if the friend knows he was cheating. I mean, he definitely knows, but shut up. Mikhail froze, staring at me with his mouth agape. I closed the distance between us. What, you thought I didn't know? He fucked her on my birthday. The fuck? I spat angrily and walked to the car door. He was drunk, McCall said, shrugging. I slammed the door in his face. Oh yes, the universal excuse. Sorry I cheated on you. Sorry I tripped and fell and my penis landed in somebody else. I was drunk. Doesn't work. Well, now he's going to know you're back, Olga said, fastening her seatbelt. Nice. Love that kind of drama. I don't, especially when it concerns me. We'll go to my place, okay? You'll stay with me. I don't want to be alone today. Olga nodded and drove up. She hasn't been alone since she got back. Fuck me, my friend said at the sight of the living room, not bothering to sound civil. And that friend of yours rented it out to you just like that? And he threw in that car too? Do I know him? Yeah, the friend's gonna be thinking you finally wised up to my line of work, because you are a kept woman. Oh, come on, it's more like a favor. And no, you don't know him. It's someone I used to work with. The guest bedroom is upstairs, but I'd like you to sleep with me, okay? Olga wandered around the house, swearing once at each couple of minutes, discovering new things. Amused, I watched her, thinking about what she'd say if she saw the Titan or the mansion on the slopes of Tormina. I took a bottle of Portuguese. Why did my brain just struggle with the word Portuguese? Seriously. Dyslexia moment, because I should know that. Bottle of Portuguese wine from the fridge, grabbed 2 glasses, and joined my friend upstairs. Come, I'll show you something, I said, climbing the stairs. When I opened the door, she froze. We were on a beautiful, gigantic terrace taking up most of the roof. It had a table with 6 chairs, a barbecue, some chaises, and a 4-seat jacuzzi. I put the bottle on the table, pouring us the wine. Doesn't this sound like a place Massimo set up for the two of them to have as a fuck pad? Any questions? I asked, raising my eyebrows and passing her 1 glass. What did you do for him to get that? Admit it. I know it's not your style, but somehow I never got a crib with a roof terrace for fucking anyone. She giggled, sitting in one of the comfy chairs. We covered ourselves with blankets and watched the flickering lights of the downtown skyscrapers. Having people I loved around me did nothing to stop me from thinking of Massimo. Several times I even called Dominic, but he didn't answer any of my questions, instead asking his own, wanting to know if I was okay. I liked listening to his voice. It reminded me of the Man in Black. And I suppose he's end of chapter, by the way. By the way, end of chapter. We've now read a whole 25 pages. Can we get through 15 before midnight? It's possible. It's possible. I didn't think we'd get to chapter 13. I didn't put it on the thumbnail. How did I? You know what I did? I miscounted it. That's what I did. Yep, that is what I did. I didn't think I flipped that far, but I did. Fuck. Okay, I fucked it up. But oh well. Okay, end of chapter stretch. Oh, better. Ow. Can't wait to get our new wine glass, which is on its way. It's just on its way very slowly. It probably is going to take like another 2 weeks at least, unfortunately. But it was the only way I could get it at the price I needed to get it at. But when it gets here, as it is metal and plain, mirror finish won by an overwhelming vote of everyone, by the way. So it's mirror finish. And when it gets here, I'm gonna bling the shit out of it. Oh, the ducks are asking me to remind everyone that they would like more ducks. Chapter 13. When we woke up the next morning and got ourselves more or less in order, I felt surprisingly good. Standing in front of the mirror, I tried telling myself that I simply had to live my life, get all my matters in order, and start forgetting about the weeks I had spent in Italy. Oh my god, I'm never going to see him again. I just have to forget him because it's so hard. Fucking shoot me. I ever act like this, I mean it. Fucking put me down. I'm beyond all hope. Get all my matters in order and start forgetting about the weeks I spent in Italy. We had breakfast, rummaged through my closet and the stuff we had bought yesterday, looking for something to wear in the evening, and headed to the spa. You know what? I think I want to have some real fun today, I said as we left home. Do we have a hairdresser set for today? Olga sent me a lordly look. Do you think I know how to do my hair on my own? Sure we have. Okay, these are some very wealthy women, she said with a laugh as I locked the door. Our visit to the spa was something of a ritual we indulged in once every so often. Peels, massages, facials, nails, hairdresser, and finally makeup. When the time came for the penultimate point on our list, I sat down in the chair, and Magda, my stylist, rubbed a strand of my hair between her fingers. What do you want me to do, Laura? She's gonna try and hook up with somebody out tonight. She's gonna try to fuck someone, and then Massimo's gonna appear and play the White Knight. I bet you anything. Blonde, I said simply. Olga jumped on her chair. A bob with the back shorter and the front a bit longer? What? Olga cried out, so loud that all the other women turned their heads to look at us. Are you out of your fucking mind? You've gone crazy. Oh, is she the woman on the... Because I was looking at the cover for the second book because I had the title wrong. And it is a woman with the blonde bob, longer in the front, shorter in the back haircut. So is that supposed to be her? Because I thought it was the ex-girlfriend. And then I thought it's modeled after the author because it looks a lot like the author. Are you out of your fucking mind? You've gone crazy. Magda laughed, running her hand through my hair. It's not damaged, so your hair should be fine. Are you sure about that? I nodded, and Olga collapsed back into the chair, shaking her head in disbelief. Meanwhile, to make up for the delay caused by my whims, the makeup artist arrived and immediately went to work. Yeah, because she's got like dark hair like mine. You'd have to bleach it, you'd have to strip it, and then dye it, and that takes hours. Sometimes it's not even. Most places won't even do it all in one day because it's too damaging. Ready, Magda said after 2 hours. It takes a lot longer than that. Looking satisfied with her work, the effect was breathtaking. The color of ripe wheat complemented my sun-kissed skin and black eyes simply perfectly. So her and Massimo are the only people on planet Earth with just pure jet black eyes. I looked young, fresh, and tasty. Never a way I've preferred to be described, tasty. And I wouldn't care if it was my fictional fantasy crush that said it, and him saying it to me would be oddly appropriate, but I would still find it a little bit creepy, though again, with that character, that would be intentional and probably get me wet. I mean, what? Olga stood behind me, ogling me with one brow raised. All right, I was wrong. You look fucking awesome. Now come on, we have a party to go to. She grabbed me by the arm and pulled me into the car. We parked in my apartment's underground garage and took the elevator upstairs. I pushed the key in the lock and turned it. I turned it twice, though I remembered locking it with only one rotation. After having a bottle of wine and changing into something less comfortable, so we're pre-gaming, less comfortable than our joggers, but at the same time infinitely better looking, we looked at ourselves in the mirror. We were ready. For the night, I picked a very sexy black set. A high-waist pencil skirt, and a tight-fitting, long-sleeve short top. I left a 2-inch gap between the top and the skirt, suitably exhibiting my stomach muscles. Okay, no. And yes, she has the Karen haircut! I posted a picture of the cover in my Discord. Because I had the title wrong. I posted a picture of it. And yeah, it's a blonde woman with that bob. You know what? I have the power of internet. Shut up, computer. Yeah. This is the cover of the second book. This is the cover. But yeah. It's It's bad. It's really bad. And I think that is, I did think that that was meant to be the ex-girlfriend, but now I'm thinking it's her with the blonde hair. She's not pre-gaming, she's maintaining. Yeah, you could very well be right about that. What did she do for the? She apparently just spent a week at her parents. So like, what is that? Like, was she drunk at her parents all the time? I I don't know, but they drank between two people drinking an entire bottle of wine before heading to the club. All right, once again, excellent chance to make me chug it. Now would be your moment. And one last shout out that we have ducks for $10, cups for I'm gonna downgrade the cups to 20 because there's only like an hour and a bit left. And chugging will remain at 50. The bra is off the table because there's not enough time left, but options are still ducks, cups, and excessive drinking. Uh, yeah, indeed. Stop sending me listings for bilingual stuff. I'm not bilingual. Stop sending me listings for jobs I can't do. Stupid. And yes, I have all my skills programmed into that thing, and it says that, like, you can tell I have this skill, I have this skill, so it's supposed to help it find things. I have told Indeed repeatedly, I'm not bilingual. Stop sending me bilingual jobs. Just because I live in Ontario, Canada, does not mean that I speak fucking French. I don't. I can read French quite adequately. That doesn't mean I can translate what I'm saying. That picture looks like those forensic facial reconstructions with the clay. Oh, it's an AI picture for sure. That's why it looks weird. It's got a like static I was never alive look to it. Yeah, entirely. Entirely true. Entirely true there. The outfit was topped off with black short-nosed stilettos and a studded clutch bag of the same color. A studded clutch bag. Again, why are they dressing like 90s hookers? And again, I have experience there. I know of what I speak because I was one in the 90s and early 2000s. So believe me, I know. And I wore pretty much the exact outfit that she's saying at one point. At least I had a black leather pencil skirt that, let's just say, was very successful. And I lived in the platform pumps back then, the ones that are associated for some reason with the Spice Girls. Um, the black platform pumps, that was like, I wore those every day. I got in trouble for wearing them at school because they were pretty much my only shoes. And, I got in trouble. But my mom also said, they're shoes. She can walk in them. Shut up. But yeah, this is how I used to dress going out for the night. I mean, minus the clutch bag because you don't carry a purse, but Olga decided to emphasize her natural assets, large breasts and beautiful full hips. By putting on a snug nude dress, she also wore high heels and grabbed a clutch bag after throwing on some gold accessories. And again, when was the last time a fully skin tight nude dress was seen? Late 90s. Like, this was written in 2020 or 2021. Why is all the clubbing pure 90s? The author's not even old enough to have been in the clubs in the 90s. I mean, neither am I, but I was still there. And she's definitely like 10 years younger than me, at least, though. So there's no way. The night is ours, she said. Just keep an eye on me. I'd like to return home with you. Arrive as a group, leave as a group. Don't leave anyone behind. These are the rules when going out with the girls. I chuckled and pushed her outside, following in her wake. The biggest advantage of the life Olga was leading was that she knew most bouncers, managers, and owners of the local clubs. We got into a taxi and drove to one of our favorite venues downtown. The Ritual, 12 Mazowicka Street. Okay. Where we used to eat and drink. And I'd like to say pick up guys, but I usually left that to my friend. When we got out of the car, there was at least 100 people queuing outside the club. Olga ostentatiously passed the whole crowd, making her way straight to the red line, and kissed the woman standing guard at the entrance. She unpinned the rope blocking passage inside, and later we were both in, greeted by the owner's wife, Monica. She fastened VIP armbands on our wrists. Well, those would be wristbands, wouldn't they? You look gorgeous, Olga said to the woman who waved a hand dismissively but smiled. You always say so. The cute brunette laughed and shook her head. That's not going to stop me from buying you shots. She winked at us and nodded for us to follow her. We climbed the stairs and sat at a table. After instructing the waitress, Monica disappeared. Drinks are on me today, I called, trying to outshout the music and pulling the credit card Dominic had given me from my handbag. I would totally be spending his money, by the way. A lot of it. I would have paid for all the shopping and bought things I didn't want. It was about time I used it. I only really needed one thing. I waved at the waitress and ordered. A while later, she came back with an ice-filled bucket and a bottle of Moet Rosé, because of course, the drinks she'd had with him so many times. Seeing that, Olga jumped to her feet. Nice, she cried, grabbing a glass. What are we drinking to? I knew what I wanted to toast and why I'd picked that specific champagne. Us, I said, sipping. I wasn't drinking to me or to Olga. It was Massimo I was thinking about, and the 365 days that had never happened. I felt sad, but at the same time strangely calm. A part of me was accepting my new circumstances. This is fucked up on so many goddamn levels. After downing half the bottle, we went to the dance floor, moving to the rhythm, fooling around. Please tell me them making out on the dance floor is in the movie, so I have a reason to watch it. That there is one lesbian makeout scene, please, 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 please. My gorgeous shoes weren't exactly comfortable, so after 3 songs, I had to go back to the table. On my way there, I felt someone putting their hand on my shoulder. Hi. I turned around and saw Martin. Oh, here we go. I jerked away and stood rigid, glaring at him hatefully. Honey, you ain't one to be hatin'. Where were you all this time? He asked. Can we talk? Oh, yeah, you were so concerned you did a whole. Wait, I'm trying to remember here. What did he do when she mysteriously vanished and left a bullshit note? Oh, yeah, nothing! For that alone, I'd be hating on him and telling him to fuck off. You didn't care when I got kidnapped. Ugh. I need food. And all the food I have here sucks. Why does the end of the month have to suck? I could see the photos Massimo had shown me. Back then, all I wanted to do was rip Martin apart. But I stopped caring. I have nothing to say to you, I replied and turned my back to him, heading towards my couch. He wouldn't surrender that easily, though, and a second later he caught up with me. Please, Laura, just give me a moment. I sat down and glowered at him, sipping my champagne silently. That taste made me feel stronger. Probably because there's not roofies in it this time. You can't tell me anything I don't already know. I talked to me, call. Please let me explain. I'll leave you be after that. Okay, he's gonna say like he got, who knows the movie Heartbreakers? He got micked. He got drugged and tricked into sleeping with the hooker, who was definitely a hooker because Massimo set him up. And that's probably true. But are we gonna be forgiving? Despite all the anger and revulsion I had felt after seeing those photos, I decided he deserved an opportunity to tell me his version of events. Why? Why? Okay, but not here. Wait a minute. I went down to the dance floor and caught Olga explaining the situation. She wasn't surprised or angry. She'd already managed to find a replacement for me in the form of a charming blonde-haired man. Go, she called. I don't think I'm coming back tonight, so don't wait up. I went back to Martin and nodded him, signaling we could leave now? What? Okay, I thought not here meant like not at our booth where my friend might come back. Let's go to the bathroom or something. But no, she's leaving the club. You're breaking the rules. Arrive together, leave together. You are breaking the girlfriend rules. But so is her whore of a friend who is now just being a slut because she's going home with whoever the fuck she just met. That's a slut. But why would you go off with the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend you're pissed at? Why are you going with him? Why? This is not good. When we were outside, he led me to the parking lot and let me in his car. You're not here to party, I assume, I said, stepping inside the white Jaguar XKR. Okay, so he's got fancy, expensive, sounds like a sports car. I came here for you, he replied and shut the door. Oh, is she being kidnapped by the ex now? We drove across the city and I knew where he was taking me. You look amazing with that haircut, Laura, he said quietly, looking at me. I ignored him. His opinion was of no interest to me. Then why are you in the car with him? I kept my eyes trained on the vista behind the window. Martin pressed a button on his garage gate control and we drove inside. He parked the car and we took the stairs up. When I stopped by the door to his apartment, I nearly fainted. Even this place, not once seen by the man in black, reminded me of Massimo. Want something to drink? Martin asked, going to the fridge. I sat down on the sofa, feeling uncomfortable. I had a strange feeling that I was acting against the will of Massimo, breaking his ban by seeing Martin. Oh my god. As if we needed more proof that she was, like, being brainwashed constantly. There's that. Like, girl, for all you know right now, the man in black has abandoned you forever. You're never going to see him again. So stop thinking like that. Also, when did you ever give a flying fuck about any of his so-called rules anyway? They got mentioned once. I don't even remember them. You never cared, and he never did anything about it. And again, guy who held you captive for like 3 to 4 weeks, who was not there for most of that time. Now leaning harder towards our Wizard of Oz anesthesia dream theory. If he saw us together now, he'd kill him. Well, I'm surprised he hasn't done it already, honestly. I think water will do best now, Martin decided, handing me a glass. I'll tell you everything, and you'll do whatever you want. I settled on the couch and gestured for him to start. When you ran away, I realized you were right. I went after you. One of the hotel staff stopped me at the reception saying there was a serious malfunction of something in our room and they needed my key to get inside. When we finished checking the alarm, it turned out it was only an error in the system and that everything was fine. I ran outside to look for you until it got dark. I was sure I'd find you. I thought you hadn't gone far. That's why I didn't go back for my phone immediately. When I finally got back to call you, there was that letter in my room. All the things you wrote. They were right. I fucked up. Okay, so he got delayed, and then he went after her. So yeah, it sounds like he was set up. And we all said the pictures were probably fake, or he's gonna say they're real just because this is shitty writing. But we'll see. Why is it so entertaining to launch a straw pedo? Okay, I'm aware you're making a pun on torpedo, but because they suck. I'm bad with word games. I'm sorry. But do please tell, why is it so entertaining? Oh, the paper wrapper on a straw, rip off one and blow it, launch it across the room. Yes, I've totally done that. It is fun. It is one of those things that it doesn't matter how old you are. It's a stupid fun thing to do. This is true. And you got to go for distance. You got to do it. Distance or height. If you can hit the ceiling or hit a light fixture, win. Martin dropped his head and started to play with his fingers. I ordered drinks to the room and called me call. I don't know if it was because of all the worrying or the hangover from the day before, but I felt drunk after the first one. Deary, I said he was fucking roofied. What did I say? I said heartbreakers, fake, staged. I called it. I said the photos were fucking real. Fucking course it is. He raised his eyes and looked into mine. Believe it or not, I don't remember anything else. There we go. He was roofied and he was set up. They were all fake. It was they pulled what Putin did with the reporter in the early 2000s, who a male reporter who Putin claimed he had video of him with a hooker, and then the guy was forced to come out of the closet and say, "Well, actually, I'm gay, so no, I never slept with any women while I was in Russia." No, but I knew it was bullshit. I knew it was orchestrated because it was too perfect to not be. When we got up the next day, Carolina told me what I did. I wanted to throw up, so somebody knew that he cheated, but yeah, he was roofied. Martin deep breath and dropped his head again. And when I thought it couldn't get any worse, reception told us we had to leave the hotel because our credit cards had bounced. So we left the island. The whole vacation was cursed. Everything went wrong. Gee, almost like the invisible hand behind the curtain and the wrath of the whatever from high atop the thing. When he was finished, I hid my face in my hands and sighed. I knew everything he was saying sounded absurd, but with a little intervention on the part of Massimo, it all could have happened. All of a sudden, I wasn't sure who I was angrier with. The man in black for engineering this farce, or Martin for allowing himself to be mixed up in it. Yeah, duh. Of course it was all fake. I said that from the beginning. I said from the beginning. There's a puppy. Okay, there's a puppy. Love him. Show the puppy some love. Okay, everybody show the puppy love. He needs it because he's a puppy. He needs all the love in the world and all the cuddles and to being loved and to being petted and being fuzzy and being a puppy. And he's very sleepy and he loves you all very much. He especially said Thale he would like to meet your dragons as long as they promise not to eat him. But he would very much like to snuggle with them because they're very warm, and he likes things that are warm. And he promises not to be too hyper and run around too much. But if he can just snuggle up with your dragons while it's cold, he'll be a very happy doggy. He's only got one sweater right now, and it's in the wash because I swear he's got a little red parka somewhere, but I cannot find it for the life of me. I've looked literally everywhere about 4 times. I can't find the goddamn thing. So he's only got his one sweater, which is currently in the laundry because somebody decided to roll and pee. And I don't have laundry money for at least 2 weeks, so he'll be cold. That's why you have a puppy bed and blankets to snuggle up in so you're warm. Mommy, sorry. I'm sorry I don't know where your parka is. I'm sorry I can't buy you dozens and dozens of sweaters so you never run out. And I'm sorry, laundry in this building costs too fucking much, and the dryers always have to be run twice because the laundry room is in an unheated basement where it is approximately negative 20 degrees. I swear you can see your breath in the laundry room, and they suck at the best of times. The dryers suck. But when it's that cold, you always have to run them twice, and they're expensive. Like, it literally can cost me $10 to do a load of laundry right now. That should be a crime. And the only reason I can't get one of those little apartment-sized washer dryers is because the plumbing in this place can't handle it. So I have to use their stupid machines, of which there's always half of them are always broken. And then it's $3.50 to wash. It's $3.25 to $3.75 to dry, depending on settings. And you always have to run the dryers twice. So yeah, really expensive to do laundry right now. Excuse me. No, right. Right in the middle of the forehead of the person sitting across from you. Yes, that's also a good goal. Do your kids like straw missiles, Cerebellum? Okay, Puppy has thoroughly melted because Puppy. He's all of the melted. Right? You're just all the melted, aren't you? How long are the cycles in the States? It's pretty standard for a dryer cycle at a lawn treatment. I'm going to assume you're using text to speech. It's wrong. To be an hour. They're not an hour. Depending on you can set it. Depending on the settings, the max is 50. Yeah. No, 45? Yeah, it's 45 to 50 minutes if you put it on the highest setting, which is the more expensive one. Um, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's why it's 325 to 375 because it goes 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, and that's the most you can put it on. You can put it on like low, medium, or high, and that doesn't change it, but the time, yeah. Um, but yeah, you always have to put things on twice, and they don't work well. They're old and they're not maintained, and they suck. And it's so cold. Like literally, no joke. I have a fleece lined like basically sweatshirt that is my winter coat because that's all I have. And I put that on to go into the laundry room because otherwise 2 minutes in there and you are shivering in normal clothes because it is that cold. Like it is 0 degrees or less in that room because it's in the second basement level and the whole level, none of the basement has any heat. And there's just two doors right there because you get off the elevator and you go this way, and that's the laundry room. But then there's a door there and there's a door there that both lead to the massive underground parking structure that's shared between the 3 buildings on this block, which are, again, subarctic. So yeah, it's freezing. It's literally freezing cold. Surprised y'all don't have a lot of busted pipes. We do. We do. I've had 2 in my apartment, not this year, but the end of last year. I had one in November and one in December that they had to emergency come into my apartment and knock a hole in my kitchen under the cabinets because the pipe burst and was flooding my apartment and the one below me. And it was, by the way, third time that same pipe burst because there was a hole in the wall. Then they fixed it. Now they had to knock another hole in the wall and then do it again. So this time, instead of replastering it for a third fucking time in like 2 years, they actually just put a piece of wood with screws in it so they can just unscrew it the next time that pipe bursts, because that pipe in the corner of my kitchen in a very awkward, hard to get to spot bursts like every winter now, and it's not the only one. My friend is the super. He told me they've already had over 20 through the building, and the water's been off like in November, December. Between those two, the water was off 27 days due to plumbing repairs. It was literally 2-3 times a week. No, there are so many burst pipes. There was one in the garage last year where a pipe burst and it was so cold that it literally encapsulated an SUV in ice and crushed it inside the ice. And I have pictures somewhere. I will try to find them and show you. But yeah, it destroyed a car because the pipe burst above the car, poured water all over it, and it froze as it was pouring and crushed somebody's car. That happened in the level 1 underground last year. But no, there's been a ton of burst pipes. Yeah, the water's been off like more than it's been on since like early November. They have difficulty keeping the wrapper intact and capable of keeping the air out. Oh. Then they try to get mad. Oh, what a beautiful doggy. Okay. Please send ducks. I'm sleepy. He knows I'm going to put him down and he's trying to grab me. Like, no, don't put me down. Don't put me down. I don't want to go down. I'm sleeping in your arms and I'm being such a good puppy. I'm being such a good puppy. I'm being such a good puppy. I'm a good puppy. Don't put me down. I'm a good puppy. Wait, the crazy photo of the ice coffined SUV is real? Did I post that on my Discord like a while ago? Because yes, it's real. If I posted it to my Discord and I forgot, yes, it's real. Yeah, that's 100% real. It happened. I took the photo. Yeah, no, the photo of the ice coffined SUV, entirely real, and it really did crush the car. It crushed it the way ice does because it expands and it crushed the car. It was real. Yeah, that was real. That happened last year. I don't know whose car it was, but yeah, it was real. Oh, actually, I can't remember if I posted the photo I took or if I took the one that the news used. The news might have had a better photo. I can't remember. Because it did make local news because it's weird and it looked cool. But but yeah, no, the ice SUV is real. Seen a photo of an SUV encased in ice from a burst pipe in a parking structure. Yeah, that was it. That was it. And it happened, yeah. Main water line. Somebody had the misfortune of parking in the wrong spot when it burst. Right, puppy? Right? Right? Yeah. Should we sacrifice a duck to you? He's going, please, 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 please. Please. Feed me a duck. Alright. If you would like to save a duck from being eaten by the puppy, sponsor a duck. It'll be put in a safe place where he can't get to it. Right? Okay. Okay. Okay, little baby. You're such a little baby. Yes, you are. little baby. He's such a good boy. He is the bestest boy. He's the bestest doggo, aren't you? You're just the bestest doggo. Yes, you are. And I love you so much. I love you so much, little baby. I love you so much. Okay, go on your pillow. That's a good boy. I love you. I love you. Ah, salut. Ah. All of a sudden, I wasn't sure who I was angrier with, the man in black for engineering this farce, or Martin for allowing himself to be mixed up in it. Does that change anything? I asked after a while. That you don't remember sleeping with that girl? Besides, the truth is that our expectations for our relationship were just too different. You wanted to have your cake and eat it too, and I'll always need more attention than you're willing or able to give me. Why are we having this conversation? Ow. Martin slid off the couch, kneeling in front of me. Massimo's gonna storm in and shoot this guy in the head or something. Lara, he said, taking my hands. You're right. You're absolutely right. But during those weeks, I realized how much I loved you. I don't want to lose you. I'll do anything to prove to you that I can change. Girl, don't fall for it. I hate her, but don't fall for it. I stared at him, dumbfounded, feeling the champagne I had had rising in my throat. Or puke in his face, also appropriate. I don't feel too good, I muttered, getting up from the sofa and stumbling towards the bathroom. I threw up long enough to completely empty my stomach. I was sick of that day and that conversation. I left the bathroom and tried putting on my shoes. I'm going home, I called, pushing my feet into the stilettos. Not going to happen. You can't go like that, he said, snatching my bag from my hands. Hello, 911. So now the ex-boyfriend's preventing her from leaving. Dude, you can put her in an Uber. Martin, please. I was growing impatient. I want to go home. All right, but allow me to drive you. He wouldn't accept my refusal. It's called give me my bag or I scream and stab you with the nearest thing. We drove out of the garage and he turned his head to look at me, a silent question in his eyes. Right, he didn't know my new address. Turn left, I mumbled, waving a hand. Then go right and straight ahead. 10 minutes later, we arrived. Thank you, I said, grabbing the handle, but the door didn't budge. I'll walk you to the door. I'd like to be sure you've arrived safely. How about no? How about no? How about there's a receptionist and there's building security? I don't need you. Leave me alone forever. Goodbye, Martin. I took the elevator up. I really needed to be alone now after a week of not wanting to be alone. It's here, I said. What do you bet? They're gonna walk in and Massimo is there. What do you fucking bet? What do you fucking bet? I said, pushing the key into the lock. Why are we being told every time that she has to push the key into the lock? This is like the 5th time. And I haven't had anything to burn in a really long time, and I was really hoping we would break the record tonight. But we're only at 3. Thank you for your help. I'll manage on my own now. Martin didn't want to hear it. As soon as I opened the door, he tried slipping inside with me. No! Creep! What the fuck are you doing? Don't you get it? I don't want you around anymore, I growled, stopping at the door. You said what you wanted, now leave me alone. Bye. Yeah, you should have said this and then left his apartment and got an Uber. I tried closing the door, but Martin's strong hands stopped me. So now he's a rapist. I called it wrong. No, Martin's gonna try to rape her, and then Massimo's gonna appear and save her, white knighting her. I said it would happen at the club. I was wrong on location, but I bet I'm still right about events. I bet I'm still right. I missed you. Let me in, he said. I let the door go, withdrew inside, and switched on the light. Martin, goddammit, I'll call security, I yelled. Yeah, do that. Go ahead and do that. My ex stood in the door, very still, staring angrily at something behind me. I turned around and my heart nearly burst. Slowly, calmly, Massimo rose from the couch and started walking to the door. We called it. He's magically there. I am stopping before the inevitable endless sex scene starts again. But then I have to start on a sex scene again. There's no winning. Either I'm going to have to read through an interminable sex scene really quickly tonight, or I have to start at a really gross sex scene next week. This is not fair. I need pizza. Now. There's a place near me that does an extra large 4-topping pizza, including delivery, for $25. They're great. I mean, it's not the best pizza in the world, but it's big. They know what double cheese means. They have good pepperoni. The sauce is not spicy, and the crust is actually surprisingly edible. I usually don't eat the crust on pizza, but with theirs, I will actually eat the crust because it's very tasty. They have a very tasty pizza dough. I don't know where it's from, but it's good. And I need one tonight. I need it. Chat, help. No dipping sauce. I don't understand dipping sauces. I really don't. But I also don't like salad dressing, and they're all basically salad dressing. I can't understand a word of what you're saying, but Laura seems to want you out of here. Oh, so are they speaking in Polish the whole time? I missed that. He said, stopping a few inches from Martin. Is the movie in English? I hope it's in English. I don't want to have to read subtitles with a trashy movie. Please tell me the movie's in English. If anybody knows. Should I repeat it to you so that you understand? Maybe you'll get it in English. Martin tensed, but keeping his eyes pinned on the man in black, replied in a low growl. Excuse me. See you around, Laura. Let's keep in touch. He turned away and went back to the elevator. Oh, I wanted a fist fight. Come on. As soon as he left, the man in black turned around and faced me. I wasn't sure if this was really happening. What do we bet she's about to faint again? Fear and anger struggled for dominance with happiness and relief in my head. He was here, alive and well. For a long while we stood like that, staring at each other. The tension between us was unbearable. Where the fuck have you been? I bellowed, suddenly slapping Massimo in the face hard, which we know he likes, and they're definitely about to fuck. Do you have any idea, goddamn egomaniac, what I've been through? You think I love fainting out of fear every fucking day? How could you leave me like that? Jesus! Resigned and exhausted, I collapsed to the floor, my back sliding down the wall. You used that one already! You should have said later, baby. Cerebellum, don't make me... Because, yeah, if they're setting up this Martin guy to be, like, the Jacob of the story, you're a little late. Also, she doesn't love him, and he did cheat. I mean, granted, yes, roofies are definitely a thing, but he still cheated. I don't know. Ladies in the chat and those on the rewatch crew, there's like 40 or 50 of you. If you leave your opinion, if your partner cheats on you, but they were roofied, do you still consider it cheating and banish them, or do you forgive them? I've been informed to check my PayPal. Give me a minute. Oh, whoa. There better be details. Aww. Sethel, thank you so much. You are the most generous person I have ever known in my entire life, and I'm not at all kidding. That is actually true. You really, really are. And you are amazing. And I hope you're warm. Really warm. And safe. Because I know you're a truck driver and it's icy out there, so please be safe. You know, have the dragons go ahead of you and melt all the ice off the roads. That's what they're for. But we finally get to chug. I don't know if there's enough wine left in this to fill the glass. Like I said, the box is almost empty because it's been the same box all week. Usually I have a new one for Saturdays and then it just survives the rest of the week. But it's been a crazy ass week, so I didn't remember to get the new box out of the kitchen in time. So it's still in the fridge and it's going to be half frozen by now, which is not good because I don't like it cold. But I forgot that, yeah, this one's almost out because it's a week old. So that's why it's empty. But we got there. We got just enough to fulfill our requirements, and thank you. My stomach already says thank you for the pizza that I will order very soon because the place is open till 3 a.m. That is one thing I can say about Ontario. We are such a foodie place that you can still get some pretty decent food after midnight. I don't know why, but there are I swear to God, there's certain fucking Burger Kings that are open until like 3 or 4 in the morning. I don't know why. I just know they are. And I've never ordered from them at that time of night, so I don't know what it's like. But it just, the fact that Burger King is, some of them are open that late. Well, some Timmy's used to be 24/7, but they're a coffee shop. I understand why a chain coffee shop some of them can be open 24/7 based on location. Because I've been to those at like 4:30, 3:30, 5:30 in the morning. They can actually be busy. 5:30 in the morning can be busy. You know, because people are heading to work and they need a fucking cup of coffee. So it makes sense why a coffee place, some of them are open 24/7. And I will say, usually after like midnight, the inside part would be closed, but it's the drive-through is open 24/7. Just to clarify. There ain't no ice in Texas. I'm working on the warm part. Just got home and turned the heat back on. Good. Get warm. Wrap up in blankies. And I'm glad that there's no ice in Texas for now, because I know I infamously remember that Texas not so great with handling cold weather. No offense. I know don't mess with Texas, but it is a state that famously didn't handle a severe cold snap and snow and ice very well. And I remember the many, 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 many TikToks and videos online of people in Texas seeing snow for the first time and then going, what do I do about it? And going like, and apparently they don't sell snow shovels in Texas because everyone had like those spade-shaped silver garden shovels, but nobody had the rectangular plastic with the angle scoop and the tracks in it snow shovel because y'all don't get snow. Which I get. Like that's why here, like especially right now, we have newcomers every day. We have so many people fleeing from other places and coming to Canada, where the number one thing that they like need donated is winter clothes, because they come winter and don't have snow and don't have ice, so they don't have like clothes to handle that level of weather. And some of them have never seen, a lot of these people have never seen snow before, so it's quite the experience when you come here, and then the entire GTA snows like a motherfucker for an entire weekend for 3 straight days, because in some places it started snowing Thursday morning and it hasn't stopped yet. And it's still snowing. Like Sudbury is one of the places that is now on day 3 of continuous snow. And I'm so jealous that they got so much more than us, because I want that. My hubby gets inebriated, he finds me. I've never been cheated on and I'm not worried. You are a very lucky woman, Sarah Bellum. I'm glad that when he gets drunk, he finds you. Whether that means he passes out after foreplay or he's really good to you, either way. And taking the Texas grid maintenance is terrible, and it's designed more around heat than it is cold. Yeah, it makes a certain kind of sense because, like, Texas is so far south that, like, when they first made all that and figured it out, they probably didn't. They're like, we're never gonna get snow. Look how far south we are. You can't find show snubbles and you can't get de-icer. We have to drive up to Oklahoma for de-icer and anything winter related. Really? Even after it's happened. Even after Texas did get a fuck ton of snow and ice and down power lines and people died and froze in the snowstorm like 2-3 years ago. I forget when it was. But it wasn't that long. And like, you still can't buy that stuff? Like, nobody learned? Ow. That only happens once in a blue moon. There ain't no need to keep all this stuff, said some idiot in a corporate office. You're entirely correct. You are entirely correct. That is, I'm pretty sure, copy pasted from the Walmart boardroom. Walmart, Costco, and other big store in the States. Yeah. No, yeah. No, like, why be prepared? In a state that probably has a significant number of preppers, by the way. I would think Texas is a state where there's a lot of preppers. But why would you be prepared for cold weather? Oh, I have to chug this. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to keep you waiting for your prize. I am sorry. I got talking on a thing. Here's to us. Here's to love. To all the times that we fucked up. Here's to us. Let's just say our 2 kids may have involved some part of intoxication on my husband's part. Yeah, so he's very good to you. That's good. Some guys can't get it up when they're drunk, so at least he's very good to you while he's drunk. I mean, my mom went to school, no joke, and I actually met this person. She went to school with a kid whose middle name was, and I'm not kidding, 5-Star Crown Whiskey, because that's what his parents were drunk on when they conceived him, and somehow thought this was a good idea to make that the middle name officially on his birth certificate of their child. Excuse me. Excuse me a lot. Ow. Oh, that did the bubbles in my nose thing. I'm not even carbonated. No, they're doing the bubbles up my nose. Okay, do we have a chance of making it? Nope, not. Nope, nope. This chapter's long. So we're gonna have to start looking for a place to stop. Ugh! Water up my nose feeling. But thank you so much for the drink and the pizza. I love you so much. You are a prince and a king among men. May your dragons tend you well this evening. Very, very well. Oh, we get to play with fire again! My back slid down the wall. You look breathtaking, baby girl! Okay, I can say, new record, we have 4 burnings. They're all the same thing. How that happened, I don't know, but this book is that bad. I cannot stop crying, and I hate it. I'm not crying, just my eyes are watering. And the sniffing's trying to kill me. You look breathtaking, baby girl, he said, trying to lift me in his arms. That hair. Don't touch me. You won't touch me ever again if you don't explain yourself to me right now. 198 pages in, she finally remembers she has a spine? Really? Not buying it. My screaming made Massimo stand straighter. He loomed over me looking more beautiful than I remembered. He was wearing dark pants and a dark long-sleeved shirt, emphasizing his perfectly toned body. Girl, stop being so horny. Even now, furious at him, I couldn't not notice how extremely attractive he was. I knew he was a wild animal ready to pounce and that the attack would come any time now. Not something you should be thinking! This is literally Beauty and the Beast, by the way. You can't get windshield washer fluid water rated for below 32 Fahrenheit or 0 degrees Celsius in Texas. For ice scrapers, de-ice, or snow shovels and that things of that nature, we have to drive 45 minutes to an hour north to OK, which is that's Oklahoma, I think, or AR, which is Arkansas. I know AR is Arkansas, because Texas doesn't border Arizona, does it? And I think Arizona's AZ. I used to know all the state abbreviations. I got to brush up. You live close to the Texas-Oklahoma border? Yes to both? Okay, thank you. Thank you that all of my geography... By the way, I learned those for a job because it was a call job in the States, so I had to know the state abbreviations, but I haven't used them in like 2 years. I knew them all when I was working there because I used them. Because they got calls from all across America. Because Canada's apparently where you now outsource your call center jobs to. I guess India's falling out of favor, or because we have similar time zones and speak English. I don't know. But yeah, I had to learn all the state abbreviations, and then I would there were some that I would mix up because there's too many that start with A. But yeah, I had to know because in the space where you had to write the state, it literally only would let you put 2 letters. You couldn't even like type out, because I asked once, I'm like, why can't we just type out the whole name of the state? I can spell most of the states. And they're like, nope, the space on the form is only two letters. It'll only let you type 2 letters, so you have to know all the abbreviations. It's like, thanks. They don't make any sense, half of them, and some of them were decided by which state became a state first, and the whole order of what became a state when is so fucked up. I wasn't wrong. Massimo bent over me and grabbed me by the arm, standing me up, and slipped his hand under my belly, throwing me over his shoulder. Wouldn't he be putting the hand around her ass, not her belly? Throwing me over his shoulder, so I dangled head down from his back. Christian Grey! My resistance and screaming wouldn't do me any good, so I just surrendered. When have you ever tried resisting? If she had tried over and over for weeks or months to resist and just screamed bloody murder and attacked him every time he came in the room and tried to escape every day, I would justify this. But she didn't! Waiting for his next move, he went through the door to the bedroom and threw me on the bed, quickly pressing his body to mine, blocking any movement I might have tried, because this isn't supposed to be terrifying. This is supposed to be true love. You met with him even though I told you you weren't permitted. You know that I'll kill this man only to make him stop seeing you. Please do. He sounds like a total loser. I kept quiet. I didn't want to open my mouth, knowing that if I did, I would say more than I wanted. This is so much more fun when you read it with the fake dramatic tone of a narrator of a bad soap opera. It was late. I was tired and hungry, and this whole situation was simply too much. I'm talking to you, Laura. I hear you, but I don't want to talk to you, I said quietly. That's even better. The last thing I'm in the mood for is difficult conversations, Massimo replied, and brutally pushed his tongue into my mouth. I told you they were gonna fuck, motherfucking, I hate being right. I wanted to shove him away, but as soon as I felt his taste and his scent, all these days spent without him flashed before my eyes. What I could remember above all was the sadness and the pain. When I felt his taste and his scent. Those are not things you feel. You do not feel his taste. You taste it because he stuck his tongue in your mouth. So you taste the taste of him and whatever he ate most recently. And you smell the scent of him. You don't feel it. Looking for a good place to stop. Please tell me there's a page break. Why are there no page breaks? Why are there no page breaks? Why are there no page breaks? Why? 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 I think I found where I'm going to stop because I'm picking a random place and it looks like it. So, yeah, we got like 2 pages. Last chance to sponsor a duck. We got like 2 pages. Sense his taste might be better, but it's awkward, yeah. I'm sorry, what? Are we sure they're human? Jet black eyes and feeling taste. I think they're aliens. I am with you. I am with you on that. Because the black eyes have been bothering me for a long time. Like, I know. Look at me. I have dark eyes. Okay? I have very dark eyes. But I have dark brown eyes. Yes, I have that thing where I have the black ring around the outside of my eyes, and it's not actually black. If you look really closely, the ring around the outside of my eyes is actually like just a very dark gray. It's not true black. But I have brown eyes. So I've been told in certain lights I do get a bit of a hazel green thing, and my mom had hazel eyes, so it makes sense because her eyes definitely looked green in certain lights. But I have very dark brown eyes, but they're not black. I've never known or heard of anybody who had all black eyes. Like at a distance, like at this distance, in this resolution, yeah, my eyes look very dark. But still, you wouldn't say that I had black eyes. There's no such thing as true black eyes. This is, yes, Sarah Bellum is right. And that's why, I swear to God, it's the bad fanfic of a bad fanfic shining through in a third installment, because 50 Shades was copied from Twilight. This is copied from 50 Shades and a couple other things. But yeah, the badness just carries through. And none of these authors are like fucking thinking enough to stop putting vampire traits, hence the biting sex scene and the black eyes, because you don't have vampires in your book, and neither did the last one. Ugh. And the temperature is dropping like a motherfucker. I can feel it right now. It's going to be very, very cold tonight. Do I know where my extra blankets are? No, because the one from the closet's already on the bed. Okay, so I do have 2 blankets, and they're both on the bed, so I'll be toasty enough. Puppy's gonna have to extra snuggle with mommy if he wants to be warm, because he can't have one for himself tonight. Yeah, pick a translucent marker to write a note on the back of your hand. That's a good idea. I can't even see what I'm trying to write. Ah! No, don't use my marker. Gimme. No, that one's broken. Ah! Scrub so hard to get this off. Don't care. "16," I whispered without breaking the kiss. Massimo stopped and looked at me quizzically. 16, I repeated. That's how many days you owe me, Don Massimo. So apparently, like, because she's been back in Warsaw for confirmed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now it's Saturday, so 6 days. Let's just round it to a week. She's been back for a week because she got back the night before. She's been back for a week, meaning that after he left her and she went back to his house, by the way, his house in Sicily, she then waited in bed, strolled the beach, and pined for him and starved herself for at least 9 days. So she didn't eat for collectively 10 to 11 days because she only started eating when she went to her parents and they force fed her, or her mom did. So she went without eating for 10 or 11 days while she was pining after him, i.e. Bella, in the, I want to say second or possibly, no, second or third movie. What's the one where he breaks up with her? Second movie. Smoke alarm is going off, actually going off again, and it's midnight. I'm going to seriously yell at my fucking neighbors because I'm so sick of this crap. But yeah, that scene, which is the only good scene in New Moon, where she's sitting in the chair and the camera just spins around her and you see the season changing out the window. Because in the book, the only good part of the book, and yes, I read the books, don't ask me why, somebody gave them to me and I was a reader. And so it says after he breaks up, you just get a page that says January and it's blank page, and you turn it and it says February blank page. And it was a good gimmick. Stephanie Myers didn't come up with that. Somebody in editing came up with that for her, I'm sure. But that is the thing that happens, and they did portray it well in the movie. It's the only good part. You're assuming the author is accurately timekeeping. You're right. Well, when time is such an obvious factor in a thing that you called it 365 days, though apparently that has nothing to do with fucking anything, because that's been abandoned and thrown out the window immediately, kind of like the contract in 50 Shades. They spend the whole first book/movie talking about it, but it never leads to anything, and it never actually fucking happens. So, kind of like this. He smiled and ripped his shirt off with one fluid movement. So he's here to make a booty call, and I bet you anything he disappears again. The dimmed light coming from the living room illuminated his naked chest, revealing fresh wounds, some still with bandages on them. Oh my god, Massimo! I breathed, squirming from under him. What happened? I softly touched his body as if trying to magically heal his injuries. What do you bet she does? I promise to tell you everything, but not today, okay? I need you to be well rested, fed, and above all, sober. I don't think she's been sober since she met you. You're very thin, Lara. I'm sorry, even not eating for 10 days, how thin could she possibly fucking be? And she said her mom was overfeeding her for an entire week. So to him, there should be no difference in her body. If anything, she should look a little chubby. He said then, caressing my body tightly wrapped in black fabric. I'm getting the impression you're not feeling too comfortable in these clothes. He rolled me over onto my belly, because that's how you undress somebody. Does she have an ET finger? Like the magic healing finger. Yes, an ET phone home. And the glowing thing, and they really scared the shit out of Drew Barrymore for real, because her screaming at seeing the ET puppet, entirely real. She hadn't seen it before. She didn't know what it was. She was 4 years old and terrified. So yeah, Steven Spielberg, you're a bastard for that one. Slowly he unzipped the skirt and pulled it down to my thighs, throwing it to the floor. He did the same with the top a moment later, and I was left only in my lace underwear. Massimo watched me unbuckling his belt. Yeah, here we go. I studied him as he did it, recalling the drastic scene I had been part of in the airplane. This is a new set, isn't it? He asked, pulling off his pants and boxers. I don't like it. You should take it off. I kept my eyes on him, taking off my bra. For the first time, I saw his manhood when it wasn't erect yet. How many descriptions of this guy's penis are we going to get? Because this is number 5, and I'm over it! And granted, I'm a person without a lot of use for cock. I understand. For me, men are exercise equipment or things that I beat when I'm being a dominatrix and they don't get to fuck me. Or they're things that I let fuck me when it serves my purpose and, again, exercise equipment and stress relief. Not really seen as people. Things to do a job and then bye, get away from me. And I make that very clear from the beginning. You show up, you do the thing, then you leave, and talking not required and not wanted. So shut up. But I make that clear. But even still, what in the actual fuck is with her obsession with this guy's dick? I'm sorry. There's just no way it can possibly be that goddamned fucking impressive. It's not possible. His thick, heavy cock was slowly rising as I got rid of my underwear. Even in this form, it was wonderful. I couldn't stop thinking about how it would feel inside me. This is not how women think! And I know I am the least straight person in this chat as far as I know, but this is not how women think. Granted, I don't know what it's like to think like a straight bitch. Okay, I don't. I never have. I've known I was not straight from before. I know I'm not straight. I'm queer as a $3 bill. I'm pansexual and I identify primarily as a lesbian. That's me. You do you. So granted, I don't know how straight women think, but I bet everything I have, they don't think like this. Laying naked in the bed, I lifted my arms above my head in a gesture of submission. That's getting highlighted, motherfucker. By the way, I'm slowly re-going through this book on the off time to highlight all the things I should have highlighted but didn't because I was too busy being outraged by them as I'm reading them. And nobody told me that I'm covered in dog hair. I'm covered in white puppy fur from his belly, and nobody. This was clean when I put it on. This was clean. It's right out of the closet. And it was clean. And now it's covered in puppy hair. Come to me, I said, spreading my legs. Well, it worked for Lucy. If you know, you know. The movie. And does anyone know when the second Lucy movie is supposed to come out? Is that real? Is it really happening? Because I would like to watch that in a very drunken, high state. Massimo snatched my foot out of the air and raised it to his lips, kissing my toes and slowly lowering himself to the mattress. His tongue descended down my inner thigh, finally reaching the end. Massimo raised his eyes and shot me a glance, buzzing with desire. His stare told me this wasn't going to be one of those romantic nights. You're mine, he growled. Hey, we get to play with fire again. Wait, I missed the last one. Wait, no. Somebody said baby. Yes, he said baby girl, and I forgot to burn it, but it's only one page back. Chat. Okay, so this is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fire, 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 fire. Wait, that didn't burn properly. No, burn properly. Okay, that didn't want to go out. Okay, I said burn properly. Okay, stop with the embering! And now it's burrowing through multiple pages. Okay, I may have just burned like 5 pages at once, a little bit. And it's definitely, there's several pages on fire. Okay, hold on. We have a little bit of a... Wow, that just went back 7 pages and put a hole. There's a hole through, like, there's 8 pages collectively smoldering. Do we see? There's 8 pages. Look how thick it is. Thick. Look, look, look. This is thick. Look. Look, look, look. Page 198, and then on the back of it, it's like page like 86, 186, and it's still burning. Look how much this is smoldering. This is insane. Okay, yeah, from page 191 to 198, they now all have this hole at the top. Look, they all have this hole now. They all have this hole. And then this page has a bigger hole. Okay. Wait, where was I? Because now we have another one. Because he said mine, and I get to burn it. And that makes 5. So at least we tied. At least we tied. We didn't get 2 on one page, but 4 of them were baby girl. That's a whole record by itself. I'm taking that. And then he said where? Where did he say you're mine? There it is. Okay, we're burning that because it's on the back of the page, so I can already burn it. Okay, here we go. This is number 5, and we're stopping like this point on the next page, so I've only got this and this left to read. So like a page in total. But wait, I should probably read a little more before I let me finish, and then we'll ceremonially end with fire. Ceremonially. You're mine, he growled, sinking his tongue into me. He licked me greedily, reaching all the most sensitive spots. How long is his tongue? Because I promised his tongue is not long enough to reach your G-spot. I promise you that. Though I doubt Author knows G-spot exists, because again, I think Author is a virgin. I writhed and squirmed, knowing that my orgasm would come very soon. No, stop, I said, putting my hands on his head. Come here. Come inside me. I need to feel you. Okay, so she literally just said stop and no. And what do we bet he ignores it? Without hesitation, Massimo obeyed my order, sliding into me hard and fast, making both our bodies race together, like my heart was racing in my chest. He fucked me passionately, wrapping his arms around me tightly and kissing me deeply, taking my breath away. Suddenly a wave of ecstasy spread through my body. I dug my nails into his back, moving them down all the way to his buttocks, leaving a trail of red. The pain I caused him was the final straw, and his hot seed spilled inside of me. I'm adding hot seed to the list. I'm adding it to the list. That gives us a double up. That gives us 2 on one page and 6 for tonight. Therefore, we win. But it needs to be done because I utterly hate that phrase so much that I just fucked up writing it on our list. But yeah, that phrase gets to burn in hell. Also, it's occurring to me how much work I need to do on a sex scene that I got feedback this week that was basically, and this person was entirely correct. I'm not going to name names, but they may be watching. I'm not saying if they are or not, or if I know if they are or they're not. But somebody said to me about a sex scene that I wrote, and I wanted their opinion because they are straight and relatively vanilla, where I am neither of those things. And I wanted their opinion because it's supposed to be a straight vanilla sex scene. And I basically got the feedback of, have you tried putting some intimacy in your intimacy scene? Of which they're entirely correct. That person's entirely right and fully so. And part of me knew it, but also you need to hear it sometimes. Because, yeah, I have difficulty with the difference between sex and intimacy because I don't feel anything during sex. It's just sex. It's mechanical. It's serving a biological function. It's a stress relief. It's scratching that spot in my brain so I can think about real things. That's what it is. Or there's other reasons to do it, but it's not intimate or involving feelings in any way. And I forget sometimes that that's me. And in the real world, most people have feelings during sex or want feelings or want intimacy or connection or to know the person they're doing it with. I'm not that person because I just didn't grow up that way or whatever. Fill in whatever cliche you like, but the person giving me the advice is totally right. Because, yeah, in my story, it's supposed to be incredibly intimate between a couple. And so, yeah, I should try actually, writing it like it's intimate and not just fucking, which is what I did. I didn't know what I was doing and I rushed it and I simplified it and it was just fucking. So it's a lot of passion and heat, but there's no intimacy. They're entirely right. And I need to fix that for the scene to work because it has to work because it's a very important scene and intimacy is key to it. And it's a revelation of sort, and the intimacy is the revelation, but I have no intimacy in the scene because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with that because I've never felt it. But I'm going to have to figure it out. And supposedly that's what good writers can do. They can write about things they've never felt or never experienced. Was it Emily, not Post, Dickinson? I think it was Emily Dickinson, who famously was like a recluse and shut in, and yet she wrote, stories of things she never experienced. They're so spellbinding, we still read her stuff like 200 years later. I may be confusing one author for another. I apologize if I am. Taking my breath away, suddenly a wave of ecstasy spread through my body. We started and came almost simultaneously. Tears poured down my cheeks. I was so relieved. This is really happening, I thought, huddling against him. Hey, baby girl, what's going on? Hey, we get 2 and 1, and that makes 6. Does that make 6? Wait, how many? Wait, no, wait, I lost count. No, don't judge me. Wait. Okay, so we've got 1. Hold on. 1. It's hard to tell what's actual burn and what's burned through. This is not fair. 1, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and then there was a 4. There was a 4. There was a 4. Wait, where? There was a 4. No, there was a 4. Is there 5 though? Are we at 5 or are we at 6 or are we at 7? No. Okay, we're at 6. Okay, so we have 6 at mine and then we have 7 at baby girl. No, we have 5 at 5 at mine and then 6 at baby girl. We broke the record. 7? It's 7. Am I missing one? It's 7. Okay, it's 7. I believe you. I believe the chat. No, I did add a new phrase, and that's fair, and maybe that's cheating, but also it needed to happen. Some people just have the gift of storycraft. Honestly, cutting out and burning this book one page at a time would be quite the cathartic experience. It will, because we will do that. I've already said, this is going to be the first book where I burn the entire thing, and I don't care how long the video is. I'll make it work. I'll speed it up to 100 times if I have to. But we are going to burn every single page of this book in the end. I promise you. I promise you, promise you, promise you, promise you. I have 3 cats, their hair's on everything. I told you, you've been taunting the girl gods. Okay. I said burn properly. We're going to end up burning the book as we go. Yes, we are. I am aware I've been taunting the gods. I've been taunting the fire gods. Yes, I have. Because I want to be one of them and they won't accept me. I have power, motherfucker. I've known it since I was a child. Yeah, because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I've got us at 4 and this puts us at 6. Because there's 2 on this page. But I will take the chat's number of 7 because it's better. We do need to actually get to the part where we're going to stop, and then I will do a double burn! Hey, baby girl, what's going on? Massimo asked, getting off me. I didn't want to talk about it, not now. I only rolled over, facing him, and hugged him tightly, hiding in his arms. He stroked my hair and kissed the tears away until I fell asleep. It doesn't quite count as fainting. I woke up as the rays of the sun penetrated the drapes, illuminating the room. With my eyes half closed, I reached the other side of the bed. He was still there. I shot a glance at him and jumped to my feet, screaming. The sheets were all blood spattered and Massimo was deathly still. What the actual fuck? Massimo! I shook him, crying, and rolled him over. He opened his eyes, appearing disoriented, and I collapsed back on the mattress. Relieved, he took a drowsy look around and trailed his hand across his torso, wiping away the blood. It's nothing, darling. The stitches must have broken, he said, sitting up with a smile. I didn't feel a thing, but we have to get cleaned up. We look like we murdered someone. Okay, so apparently he did get shot. and is still recovering, and the fucking, like, broke some stitches and made the sheets look like, okay, I will say, as a female with, very heavy period, I have woken up on sheets that look like a murder scene, okay? I've thrown away more sheets than I've purchased in my lifetime. But I can feel that, and I certainly feel like hell when I woke up. And yeah, when you're bleeding all over the sheets, there's a reason that, like, 7 days of the month I sleep on a towel, even with the sheets and pads, because, they're not 100% reliable. Yes, we will have an unsped up version so we can savor it. I promise to post the full version as well. I promise. Did she kill him? Maybe. What the fuck? I don't know what the hell's going on. I also don't know. I don't know. He added with amusement, running his clean hand through his hair. It's not funny, I snapped and went to the bathroom. I didn't need to wait long for him to join me. This time I was the one who washed him, gently stripping off the bloodied patches. When I was finished, I reached for the first aid kit and applied new ones. I'm sorry, there's just randomly a first aid kit in this apartment you just moved into? Because most people don't think to buy that. Also, that's where we're stopping tonight. That is where I randomly decided to draw a line because I had to randomly pick a place because there's no gaps in this. So we're now on page 201 of 326. We got a decent amount. We're only 2 pages away from making page count, by the way. I would keep going, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't stop, and the rest of the chapter is like another 10 pages, so we're randomly drawing the line there tonight. But this is the most pages we've read in one night, and we got such a slow start that I didn't think we were going to get anywhere near this. So we did good. We do have 2 burnings to do, and we shall. Sathail brings up a good question. What about the ripped stitches? Because, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Mafioso Boss actually knows how to, like do his own stitches or, like, how to stitch things. It wouldn't surprise me. Or if, like, he probably has, like, a shady doctor on call that he can be like, come sew me up and don't ask any questions, and here's an envelope with $10,000. That kind of thing. What the fuck? Yeah, imagine waking up after rough, violent sex that wasn't consensual or wanted, and you wake up next to someone and they're all bloody. Like, it's the classic horror movie thing of waking up next to the dead hooker. Could be steri strips. I need so many of those. Because I never do stitches. I've never had stitches and I never will. I don't care if I'll have a scar. I don't do needles. I'm trypanophobic as fuck. So if it's optional, go fuck yourself. I don't care if I have a scar, because who gives a flying fuck? But we do have 2 burnings on one page, and there's a puppy, and he's pawing at my leg, saying, love me. Okay, up right now. Nope, right now. Ah, my lighter. Fuck. I got it. Right, up, right now. Up. Come on, up. You got 2 seconds. All right, everyone say goodnight to the puppy, because he's only getting a quick 2-second cuddle, because I can't cuddle him and burn things at the same time. Love on the puppy. You come here. Nope, you come here. Nope, you get to be like this. You get to be cuddled like this. And don't pretend you don't like it. You like this. Because this is how I rub your belly. And then you're a good baby. And I love you so much. And I'm going to give you a pizza crust. Because you like the pizza crust. Look at it. Look. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Look, he starts licking when I say pizza crust. Look. Because he knows. He knows. You know. You're a good boy. Okay, stop pulling at the wires. I know you don't mean to, but you got too many feet. You got too many feet. Yeah, you got too many feet. You know what I always noticed? Good boy. Go lay on your pillow. Good boy. Good boy. You know what I always noticed? Because he'll be sitting next to me, and his tail's going 100 miles an hour, but it's whacking off the recycle bin, going bam, 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 bam. And I'm looking at him like, do you really not feel that? Because he's just sitting there like, I'm a good boy. I have no thoughts in my head at all. I'm a good boy. Don't you love me? Wham, 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 wham. Like, do you not know that that's you? All right. We shall now play with fire. I can only see 4 burnings prior to this, making 6 in total, though there was a reference to the thing that I have now made a thing that we will do. Wait, what did I add? What did I add? Because mine was already on the list. Baby girl was already on the list. What did I add? I don't know. We'll figure it out later. If I have to torch the whole thing twice, we'll do that. What was the one that I added? Having brain glitch, help. Okay, so for your mind, in honor of how much I hate Christian Grey, here we go. Burn, baby, burn. And let's get 2 for 1. We're moving down the page to Baby Girl Seed. Thank you. Yes. No, we're going to burn that too. Does that make 3 on one page? Is it on one page? It might be on one page. Yes, it is. It's all on one page. So yeah, baby, we're getting 3 on one page, and that makes 7. Thank you, chat. You are the best ever. I love you all so much. I love you so much right now. I really fucking do. Okay, this one's for Baby Girl. Burn, baby girl, burn! Fire, 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 fire! And yes, oh, I wanted that to catch because then it could go right up here to where it says, wait, I had it and I lost it. Where is it? I had it, I had it, I had it, I had it. There we go. It's right above. It's right here. It's right above. But we do have 3 in one page, and that makes 7, which beats both records. So here we go. Extra fire. I maybe let that burn a little too much. Ask me if I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not liking the fact that the burn pattern kind of looks like a penis. I didn't do that on purpose. So yes, we now have that. This is the shape that it burned into. And the previous. Wait, wait, give me the bookmark so I don't lose my place. That's not it. Where is it? This one. They're numbered. Okay. It's not my fault that it burned that way, okay? It's not my fault. I didn't mean to do it. No, I ain't. And I know. I did. The book is cursed, okay? The book is cursed. And it burned like a penis to spite me, okay? It heard me announce my lesbianism, and then I hate it, and it burned like a penis to spite me. That's what happened. I have too much ashes all over. It's all over my keyboard. It is all over my keyboard. Oh, I'm gonna be cleaning half the night to get this off. No, get off my desk, get off my dress. Oh. Ugh. Oh yeah. All right. I'm covered in ash. The smell of burn char around me right now is so strong. But hey, we broke both our records. We got 3 burnings on one page, and broke our record. We now have a grand total of 7 burnings in one. And you can be a lesbian and still like dick-like things. Yeah, I, a nice rocket pop on a hot summer day. Still good. Also, I do enjoy dick-shaped bachelorette item party paper things on occasion, as long as my mouth doesn't have to come in contact with them. I saw an excellent game once of 2 dominatrixes were playing with rubber band guns, and the target had been placed around a guy's cock, and if they hit him on the shaft, it was 10 points. If they hit him on the tip, it was 25, and the balls were 5 points. And I've always wanted to play that. Very much so. It looked like a lot of fun. But that is gonna do it for this Saturday night. It is almost 1:00 in the morning. So I wish everyone lots of warmth because it's very cold. So please be warm and be safe and drive very, very safe wherever you are, especially if you're in a place where the roads are icy right now. Please be very, very, very careful and take very good care of you. But we are going to call it a night and say good evening for this edition of Book Club. Hi, hello, Persnickety. Cuddle the Sasha for me. Love on her. Warm nights, everyone from Sethail and his dragons. Sethail, your dragons with the bling on their horns. I am so jelly. Like, they have just quality bling. You take excellent care of your dragons. So, yes, everyone, until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club with God especially bad, but we did beat our burn record, and that is always goals. And until then, I will watch over all of the ducks and keep and feed them. You have no idea how much imaginary food these guys go through. They quack from morning to night, really. And hopefully their brethren will be able to join them soon, and then we'll get some new ducks. But it's been a great week. I got pizza to get, and wine to drink, and bed to find, because wow, do I need to go to sleep. But until next week, everyone, I have been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Please take care of yourselves. I very much mean that. Don't read this book. Stay warm. Take care of you. Have lots of good food, cuddles, and above all, have really, really good sex if you're able to. Until then, I will see everyone next week. Take care of yourself and love on your fur babies. Bye bye.